Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, actually, still good afternoon, so it's still 5:15. Welcome to the regular council meeting of October 28th. As you can see, we have lots on our agenda tonight, so we're moving forward with our agenda. Members of council, you had the opportunity to review the agenda package. There is a proposed order of process. Deputy Mayor, for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council adopt the October 28th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda as presented here this evening.
Thank you. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Your Worship, nothing to add at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and that's carried. Okay, moving on, number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak on the public input session?
Through your worship, no one has registered for public input this evening.
Thank you. And those that are in the gallery, you may address council on anything that's not on the agenda. So if you want to talk about potholes, why it's raining instead of sunny. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Number 4 is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled tonight. So moving on to statutory public hearings, we have 3 set tonight. First one is 5.1 is the Brickyard Old Town South Area Structure Plan. The second one is the Brickyard Stage 6 Land Use Amendment. And the third one is 700 Genesis Drive Land Use Amendment. So we'll start with the first one, it's 5.1. So this is a public hearing. I will call the meeting to order. And at that time, we'll hear a presentation from administration. And then after that, council gets to ask questions for clarity and understanding. And then we'll hear a presentation from the applicant. And then again, council gets to ask questions for understanding and clarity. Then all those that would like to speak in favor of the proposed changes will get the opportunity to speak. Council gets the opportunity to ask questions for clarity and understanding. Then all those that are not in favor of the proposed change gets the opportunity to speak. And again, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. And then anyone that has a general comment regarding the proposed changes will get to speak after that. And then council also gets the opportunity to ask for questions for clear understanding. When that is completed, the applicant has the opportunity to present again after, just to answer any questions that may be lingering. And then again, council gets a chance to ask for questions for clarity and understanding. Okay. And with that, I'll call the public hearing bylaw 2696 DMP 24, the Brickyard at Old Town Area South Plan update. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This public hearing is for bylaw 2696 DNP 24 for the Brickyard at Old Town Area Structure Plan update. As this application is for an area structure plan, this falls within the neighborhood design level of the land use planning framework within the town of Stony Plain. The next few slides will compare the existing area structure plan with the proposed area structure plan. This slide here shows the proposed or the land use concepts. A couple things you'll notice changing is that the high density residential shown in orange on the existing land use concept has been removed as part of the proposed land use concept and replaced with low density residential and medium density residential. However, the overall density for this area has remained the same at approximately 26 units per hectare. Another significant change is the stormwater management facilities. So the northwestern storm pond shown on the existing land use concept has been removed. The central storm pond location is an interim storm pond in the existing land use concept, however, is proposed as a permanent storm pond in the proposed and is slightly larger. And there's also a southern storm pond in the proposed land use concept as well. The southern one would service the Brickyard area, the south and west portions. The central one would service the Brickyard as well, including the future recreation center and Westview school areas. In terms of parks and open space, instead of the northwestern storm pond, that area is now being designated as a large naturalized park area. There's also a smaller proposed park area by the stormwater management facility and one in the south area of the plan. The road network has remained relatively the same, with Brickyard Drive remaining as a collector road and there being a north-south collector road leading into the Deerfield ASP area. The existing pedestrian connection concept has remained, Sorry, technical difficulties. There we go. Apologies for that. The pedestrian concept has remained similar, with trail networks leading towards the northwestern area of the plan, as well as areas where the future community recreation center and Westview School are. As part of the proposed pedestrian concept, there would also be a trail looping partially around the stormwater ponds, and the area, the arrow shown in blue, here would be connections to the neighborhood sidewalks and whatnot. As mentioned, the stormwater plan has been one of the major changes as part of this proposal. So that northwestern storm pond has been removed as part of this proposal, replaced, and in place would be the central storm pond and the southern storm pond. That central storm pond would service the Brickyard area, as well as the areas where the future community recreation center is and Westview School, whereas the south storm pond would service the remaining area of the Brickyard. The proposed sanitary has remained relatively the same compared to the existing, with slight changes in alignment due to the changes in layout. Similarly, the water distribution plan has remained relatively the same, with slight changes in alignment due to the changes in layout. The staging plan is shown on your screen here and is more generalized, with the areas to the east of Brickyard area being stage 1, moving southward, and then moving back up northward. There were several minor changes since first reading of this bylaw. So subsection 2.8 was added to the area structure plan to include reference to the Town of Stony Plains Park and Open Space Master Plan, as well as the park space guidelines. The wording was updated to reflect current policies in the current Stony Plain Municipal Development Plan, as the original was adopted in 2014. The text and sections were changed to align with Table 1, the land use statistics, just for consistency. 49th Avenue West Extension is noted to occur in the future rather than a specific year. There were updated references in text to include reference to the future Community Recreation Center and Red Brick Common, formerly known as the Multicultural Heritage Center. The potential road network is shown through the non-participating landowner's land in figures 3 through 9 for clarity and visual continuity. And there were minor grammatical and spelling errors fixed. Since first reading, administration advertised this bylaw in accordance with the advanced method of the public advertisement bylaw. So this included bringing this application to the Planning Advisory Committee, whose meeting minutes is attached to your agenda package, posting this application on the town website, posting a notification sign on the property, and a mail out to landowners within a minimum 90 meters radius of the application. In this case, the area in blue shown on the map is the 90-meter radius. However, the areas outlined in red were the actual circulation distance to ensure those within Old Town and Heritage Estates were circulated. These images here are just a snapshot of the posting on the town website, as well as the sign posted on site on October 7th, 2024. And as of today, we are at the public hearing stage. Afterwards, the intention is to move forward with second and third reading up to council's decision. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and the update. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the question then. In terms of the proposed changes to the storm management facility, quite a few years ago when we had a lot of rain, I received quite a few calls from residents that live in Brickyard Cove of the flooding behind them. Having a storm pond there, will that alleviate or create more problems?
Through your worship to all of council, the changes that are proposed would alleviate these problems, again, because a lot of those initial problems were caused by the interim nature of the development. Some areas have been risen up as opposed to the existing land is a little bit lower. So as the area completely develops and is raised up to the final grade that it's intended, that would clarify and clean up any of those problems with the water.
Okay, thank you. I have a second question then. In terms of changes to the proposal, I think in the old structure plan, there was a north-south kind of a pathway that connects that park. So I don't see that concept being proposed on the new one. Is there conversations with the developer to make sure that there is that connectivity and walkability to the subdivision?
Through your worship to all of council, they're having conversations about that. I would leave that as a question for the developer, as the applicant here, to answer in more detail. But yes, we have had conversations about the desire to connect to the green space from the trail network that's proposed as part of the plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all the questions I had for administration. Anybody else? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Through you to administration. I'm just curious, the green space in the upper northwest corner there where the old proposed storm pond is remaining a green space in this new plan. I'm curious why that might be. It hasn't been seen as part of in any other, there's nothing going on it, so why not?
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, in terms of typically green spaces, kind of like those shown, I guess, in the Old Town South area here, there's not necessarily a lot of information provided directly. Again, this is a policy conceptual level planning document, so we often don't have a lot of detail in terms of what would be there, maybe with the exception of something like a school site, which again, this one is proposed as a natural area.
So we've had issues in the past where, because I see it's in stage 4, that would be the last stage to be developed. And so often we have people come forward saying, oh, I bought a house thinking that this was going to be green space in the future. Now, seeing it being the last stage, would it be reasonable to expect that at some point the developer would plan something for that area?
Worship to Councillor Meyer. It could be conceived of to that degree, yes. However, there is a minimum 10% municipal reserve or park space that is required under provincial regulations. So again, it would ensure that there is 10% of that area provided as land. It can be provided as cash in lieu, but typically in a residential area, it would be provided as land, which would ensure that that total of 10%, which is typically put on title as a deferred reserve caveat, to ensure that that area would be dedicated to the town when it is developed in the future.
I'll just add to that, Councillor Meyer. So in terms of the proposed planning, if you look at it, it is proposed to be a P3. So if somebody wants to put houses on there, they would have to come to council and reapply for zoning. So they just can't put something out there if it's already zoned that way. So the stage 4 is all the white stuff that's there will be housing. But the green will be classified as a P3 on our documents.
And that's different than that FD, future developer.
That's correct. Yes. So as a P3, that means if they want to put development on there, they would have to come to council and then apply for a zoning change.
Okay.
Okay. Councilor Pacheco?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to administration, page 160 of 374. Just looking for clarification on the proposed multi-use trail. And if you look to both the two ponds, it appears that it has a walkway connection. Is that proposed to be, through the future development of it, a sidewalk?
Through your worship to Councillor Pacheco, that is my understanding. Basically, within the white area, there would be a series of local roads with sidewalks on both sides. The arrows kind of indicate where the trail would switch over to utilizing the sidewalks and local roads to connect between those arrows.
Thank you.
Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, just was reviewing our 2019 stormwater management plan that's in existence, and there was some recognition in there, some of the issues that occur in heritage estates and some of the areas in and around there. I'm just wondering, with the development of this area and the stormwater management plan here, is there any topography that is going to assist in mitigating some of those problems? Or are we still looking at the potential requirement of stormwater management ponds in the lands that would be the north of those existing developments contemplated with the land exchange with Parkland School Division?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, I'm not 100% familiar on all the details of those plans. From what I recall, there is another stormwater plan planned for the Old Town South area that would accommodate some of those lands directly north of, like in Old Town South, kind of where the old Stony Plain Central School was. Again, this area here, because it's being raised up, land from the south will not be draining through this area. That would go to the east, and the area to the west of this plan area would be draining to the north, and then kind of coming around to the north side of this plan area. So again, for the most part, the stormwater is kind of enclosed for the sites with the areas that were indicated earlier in the presentation that would flow from Old Town South into the plan here, as noted on the land there on the screen.
Okay, again, so just for clarification, then what you're saying is this plan boundary would drain through one drainage course while the other already developed area would drain through a separate drainage course. They would not drain together. We wouldn't need to be looking at combined flow rates?
That is correct. Roughly, if you can see kind of through the large green area, there would be Old Town South on this map. I don't know if the cursor can be placed over that area, but the boundary in Old Town South, just between basically a little bit to the left and a little down, sorry, a little right and then down. Yeah, down a little bit more, down. That boundary there, the black boundary there, everything on the west side of that boundary drains into Heritage Creek, whereas everything on the east side of that boundary drains into Whispering Waters Creek. So it's actually the breaking of encatchment areas for the stormwater.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Councilor Laurie, bringing that forward, and kind of, you have to be cognizant of that. So Councilor Laurie referenced the 2019 or 2021 storm master plan. So that came about when we had flooding in our community. We identified two areas in that area that will help address some of that. The first area is right behind where the old Stony Plain Central School is. There's a design to put a storm management facility there to take some of that water. And another one that's close by is at the Lions Park, which is a little bit further down. And it's also designed to do a storm management facility there as well to help alleviate those large storms that we've seen flooding in the Heritage Estates and the Glens. So thank you for bringing that forward. Okay. Members of Council, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask a question about something nothing to do with stormwater management. Is it all right if I go to a different subject on this?
For sure.
Page 42, there's a map there We have lots of good maps in this package, by the way, so thank you to administration for that. I notice in, right above the words, Glen Hall Centennial Arena in the Green Park designated area, there shows a joining of Brickyard Place with, coming down through non-participating lands. If we look at the legend for that map, the crisscross lines on that piece of property shows Brickyard Place there. The road that runs horizontally just north of the red dotted line on that map is also Brickyard Place, but those roads do not join together now because they have to come down, the road has to come down through this land that does not belong to the town and does not belong to any current developer that I'm aware of in Brickyard subdivision. Is there something underway at the current time with that non-participating landowner that would allow Brickyard Place to actually be completed through there? Or is that just sort of a pipe dream that the drawing is there, but it may or may not come to fruition? That it is a little confusing in that neighborhood because you have two Brickyard Places.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. So the answer is when the owner of the land wants to sell, that's when the time will be to connect that. Because currently we do not own the land, neither does the current developer. So those are designed as an internal network that when that is been purchased by somebody else or the owner wants to subdivide it and to build it, those are the road connections that will be taken care of.
Okay, if I may just clarify what you said. You said if the landowner wants to sell. Do you know, does anyone know if there's ever been an attempt on the part of the developer in Brickyard to approach that landowner to see if they would be open to selling so that that road could be complete?
Councilor Hansard, so I would say yes. The developers had reached out to the owners, very similar to some other subdivisions that we've approved that have a white hashed out area because the owners did not want to participate.
And that's their stance at this time?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for clear understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, administration, for the presentation this evening. I'm going to jump back to the pedestrian connectivity plan, which is, I think, our page 44, something like that, I believe. Just looking at the proposed multi-use trails that go around the two, I guess, southern storm pods there, so that we could use the one at the north end as well. Just looking for some clarity on the role that the town plays when these proposals come forward in terms of where those multi-use trails go. Specifically, my question is, we see things like the multi-use trail in South Creek that goes all the way around the storm pond is a well-utilized amenity by our community. And I look here that we have an opportunity to extend those multi-use trails a little bit to have that connectivity all the way around the storm pond that's there. And so just looking for an idea as to the role that town plays in that discussion.
Administration, go ahead.
Through your worship to the deputy mayor, administration generally would encourage it at a very high level. Again, when we start looking at area structure plans and new concept plans for new areas of town, we're going to work with the developer to look at which areas the storm ponds are going to be. It is somewhat dependent, I would say, upon which areas have, say, a full circle, semicircle, no circle. Some areas we might want to restrict it completely. Others, like in South Creek there, it's kind of the end of the area, kind of on the edge there. So it made sense to loop it. Other ones that are kind of embedded within a neighborhood, it might make sense to just do a portion of it. Again, it is somewhat at the developer's discretion, but encouraged by administration in terms of putting trails around storm ponds.
Okay, thank you for that. And a follow-up, if I may. So when we're looking at what we have proposed here, the two southern storm ponds anyway are three sides. It looks like we have proposed trails now, depending on the map, it looks like maybe it's on the south side of that central pond. But, you know, is there opportunity for further conversation there? If the developer's not looking to do it, for a partnership with the town to complete those trails as they're being developed out? Or is what we see here what we can expect to be built if this moves through this evening?
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, this here kind of sets the overall tone, so I'd say this is a good expectation. It's not to say that at the design stage there's not the opportunity to have more, slightly less, but again, this is kind of giving it at a high level conceptual level, what we'd expect for trails around the storm ponds.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and certainly for myself, I know our strategic plan outlines importance of those community connections and allowing for diverse modes of transportation for our residents through the community, and we do see some of that here, but I do think we have an opportunity here as well to increase the use of these storm ponds by completing those circles. And so if there is an opportunity there, I would encourage administration to have that conversation where it would be appropriate.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to admin again. So when I look at let's go to page 161 of 374. And I'm just looking for clarity, and I think it's along the same lines as Councillor Meyer was talking about. When I look just past, so that green zone that appears to be a green zone, that's actually designated FD, which means that could be future development, which means a developer at any point in time could come for rezoning to change that to build on, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko, the FD district is the future development district. It's basically an agricultural holding district, so a lot of the area of the Brickyard is currently that. Most of the next items rezoning is changing a large area, I'll say in this area, from the FD to a variety of other more urbanized districts. So yes, at any point in time, a developer could come and propose to do a rezoning from that district to another one.
Thank you for the clarity. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to the FD portion of it. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. See none. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. So we'll move to our second phase of our public hearing. This is the time that we allow the applicant to come forward and make their presentation. So there's a couple seats there, so if the applicants can sign in and then introduce yourself to members of council, and then you can go ahead and start. Again, these mics don't pick up very well, so please speak directly into the mic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kyla Otway. I am a planner with Select Engineering Consultants, and we are here to talk about our area structure plan amendment for the Brickyard at Old Town. We're just going to review the main changes to the ASP and then look at the rationale for some of the changes that we're proposing tonight. As outlined by City Administration earlier, The approved and proposed plan are very similar. There's only some minor changes that we're proposing tonight. But when you look at it overall, the same intent and impact of the plan remains the same, with the vision that the plan will establish residential and open space land uses, as well as vehicle and pedestrian connectivity that will enhance diversity, inclusivity, and livability in the ASB area and complement the development in the neighboring areas. As stated before, the main collector roadway stays the same, with Bricker Drive largely built and the remainder of the collector to be built to the neighboring areas. There's going to remain a mix of land uses with the medium density uses along or near the collector. And the overall density is very similar to what was proposed originally. Some of the key changes that we're looking at, the prime driver for the amendment was a relook at the stormwater management for the area. Originally, there was the 3 ponds with 1 in term, and the proposed also has 3 ponds, but the configuration has shifted. As mentioned before, the one in the northwest is planned to be removed. The central storm pond would be expanded, and then there's a southern pond planned to help with the overall drainage of the area, to better service the area. With the removal of the stormwater management facility, we are able to keep the MR space in the northwest corner naturalized, to keep some of the trees that are already there, to be a great community space for the area. From those changes, we reallocated some of the park space to make up the 10% requirement for the area. And there was the removal of the high density to medium density to align with market conditions. So looking at the rationale, the storm pond distribution was updated based on utilizing more favorable ground conditions and optimizing the grading for the entire site. So it was redesigned to function better and allows for the construction of the central pond in the next stage of the development. And the central pond will accommodate stormwater from the town and the school lands to the east, eliminating the need for the ponds in the park and recreation area. Which will allow that natural park area to function as a community amenity space. And the storm ponds are located and integrated with neighborhood trail system, so that there's a well-connected system for people to utilize throughout the area. With the large open network to the east with the school and the town site, the South Park was moved farther east near the MDR sites to allow for a more equitable distribution of park space for residents, and it will connect in to the collector network via sidewalk. So it's very close to that system, so people can just utilize the sidewalk nearby. There's also a triangle park that we have next to the stormwater to provide a staging area and a resting area for people to explore the trail networks, with the potential for things like a picnic table and benches to allow residents to look out to the pond for enhanced enjoyment of the open space area. So overall, the changes are minor and contribute to the enhanced plan, with plenty of open space and housing for residents to enjoy a great neighborhood. So thank you for your time. We'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'll go to members of council to ask questions of clarity and understanding. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In reviewing the package, we've got a submission from the applicant here on September 27th, 2024. It starts on page 92. It's labeled the hydraulic network analysis. On page 98, just looking at the districting that it's showing a walk-up apartment, and this is on what would be the western boundary. I'm just wondering, when I looked at the other submissions, there was an early September and then an early October, and I'm just curious about the rationale for the change on that. So we'd had, it already reflects the change of the additional medium density and bringing that all down and showing that all there. But now we see that this parcel has been changed from the walk-up apartment to, I'm assuming, a lower density into the medium density. Is there a specific reason why we see a reduction and a removal of that from the area structure plan?
Go ahead.
I'm Greg Hembroff, Old Town Development Corporation. I think one of the things we looked at doing was adjusting our medium density, I guess, products and removing the high density. It's just to reflect some of the market conditions. We found as well, with looking at the densities, we're able to basically maintain the density in the area using the medium density designation on the site. So it doesn't really change anything in the overall population or density of the area.
Mr. Mayor, could you remind our speakers to please speak right into the mic like they're going to eat it so that we can hear better?
Okay. Thank you,
Sorry.
Councilor.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I'm curious in regards to that. I'm wondering if you referenced the Town of Stony Plains Housing Needs Assessment when you were making these changes, because the Housing Needs Assessment speaks very specifically to the rental market, to a higher density market, a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom options, and it does speak to a severe lack of that within the Town of Stony Plain and a need for that. So when I look at this area, when I consider the fact that it is right next to a brand new K-9 school, when I look at that it's right next to our recreation center, that we've got the French starter school that's in there, I'm just curious in regards to, again, the logic used in that, because it's actually a move away from the Town of Stony Plains Housing Needs Assessment.
If you look at the densities in the two different zones, they're fairly similar in what you can accommodate on a given site. So for now, what we've looked at is maintaining the densities between the plans, the existing plan and what's being proposed. And it wouldn't, I guess, stop something from being reviewed in the future if market demands change and there is some demand for some higher density product. It's always something that can be looked at. We'd have to come back through council for amendments, of course. But if there was somebody that wanted to look at some kind of project, we would certainly visit that and talk to the town about that and see if it can be accommodated in the future.
Excellent, thank you, and I appreciate that, and I do appreciate that the density of the proposed plan is similar to the density of the previous plan. I think one of the challenges that we constantly face is when we accept area structure plans and we accept them in a certain way, whenever a change comes back, particularly for an increase in density, usually it results in some challenges and potentially some opposition. And when we have a housing needs assessment in place that currently shows what we need within the community, and then in addition to that, we had a plan that had the high density in there, to have that removed is a little bit disappointing. So I would just exercise that advice maybe is moving forward in that, you know, we have these documents that guide us in these, and while it may meet that, I think it's a miss and a loss in this to not have that included in this plan.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Derby. Any other questions? Councilor Pechko?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through to our guest this evening, Greg. Just to further that a little bit, the rezoning of that, even though it keeps the density fairly close, is it allowing you to build a product that is more needed for our community? Is that what it's doing?
It accommodates different forms of, I guess, multifamily development. And I know the town has made some moves forward to look at suiting different products as well. Like we've done some building on our existing site with row houses that are suited. So it does increase the density on a given lot. So we've looked at accommodating the same kind of product in this plan where the lots are a little deeper to accommodate additional parking. So it's the kind of housing right now that people are looking for. It can help with affordability for first-time home buyers where they can buy a unit, rent out the main floor. So we think it's the type of housing right now that is attractive to a lot of people.
Good.
I thank you for that, because quite often what we see in council is when people come to us, it's usually an ask for more density. But you're still talking about the same density, basically, allowing for different types of building on that type of property, which also takes into consideration the parking, which is always a conversation that we have here when we're looking to do future developments within our community. It's zoned A, and somebody wants it B, and the first question that comes up is, well, what about parking? What about the road infrastructure? What about a lot of things? I'm glad to see that you're taking that into consideration. Even though the perception is that it's medium density, it's still the same density that we're looking for within our community. And you know, the one thing that we have to understand within our community quite often is no matter what it is that we buy in our community, somebody can change the development in the community. So it's nice to see that it comes forward. It's a nice ask, and it's also structured still the same as what it is, only in a medium form rather than a high density, which always gets people excited. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. I'll go back to page 98. That's just the similar question that Councillor Laurie had in terms of the proposed layout and design. I noticed it's marked up as a walk-up apartment. Okay. But you have other areas that are done as medium-density residential, and then the other areas are single-family residential. Right. So that walk-up apartment, is it medium density, single-family density, or high density?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what site you're referring to. The proposed medium density site on our.
I think it's reverse back to page 98 of our agenda package of the.
Sorry, I think you're referring to the H&A report that was done. Is that correct? The site?
Yes. Because it does have it shown as it's purple and it says walk-up apartment.
Okay.
I see the other areas which you're contemplating are colored brown, which signifies medium density, and the other areas which are kind of a light yellow, which is single-family residential.
Right.
But you singled this lot
Yeah,
out.
I'm not completely sure on what was, what that specifically referred to, but when they looked at the water, so it was probably just making sure if there was that kind of land use, that the water network would be sufficient to support that. So I think it's just giving reassurance that even if there is a higher density there, that the water network could support that use. But it may not be the ultimate land use.
Okay, that's something we'll ask for more clarity, because on page 166 of 374, it does show it's brown, which is medium density. So that's why I'm trying to get confused, because there's two different photographs there, and I think Councilor Laurie addressed that earlier as well. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Hansard?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm just wanting to make sure that there's clarity. There was, I don't remember if it was in this package, I'm thinking it is, a reference made to loss of a site for the higher density, like the multi-story walk-up building that someone thought was going to be designated as a seniors care facility. Do you recall reading that in this package or in anything here?
No. So, Councilor Hansard, I'll
Brickyard?
ask you to turn to page 166.
I'm on 166.
Okay. So on the left-hand side, it was the old or the existing
The
land use
orange?
concept. The orange is for multifamily, so high density, so it'd be
Right.
R7 or R8. There was no conversation at that time of if it was going to be a seniors or not. It was just
Yes.
designated as a high-density site.
Right. At this point, we're talking about how the land is proposed. What gets built on it and the use of those buildings is not something that is of our concern at this time, correct?
That is correct.
Right, and we don't know what will come until somebody actually purchases that land and comes with a proposal to the town for building it out. There is no guarantee that it would be a seniors facility, a seniors care facility, or anything along those lines, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I wanted to just bring that out, Mr. Mayor, since it wasn't something that I saw, and I don't know if the person that brought that forward might have been in tonight's council chambers.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, I'll go back to my original question when I asked administration. In terms of connectivity and walkability and the pathway between the two storm management ponds, I noticed that you had proposed for the next public hearing is kind of this is the actual staging of phase one, but does not show that there is a connection there. Is there a possibility to have a connection between the two storm ponds where people can either access through walking through a trail or a sidewalk between some houses?
So the plan would be to have connectivity through the local roadways, which includes the sidewalks. So people would be able to walk from pond to pond with sidewalk connections.
Okay, and I appreciate that being said, because from my understanding, that's how usually it happens. But then on page 168, where the connection concept is, it does not show that, even though it does show the connectivity of the other sidewalks.
Yeah, I'm just looking at our concept plan that has the details of the local road network, and we have planned roads throughout that would provide the connections between the ponds for people to enjoy.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, so the answer is that there will be sidewalks that will connect the two storm management ponds, which can be used as a connector point or a walkability or trail system.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, there's sidewalks along all the roadways in there. We just don't show them on the overall concept plan, just for clarity purposes, but on all the roads, there's sidewalk on both sides, is what the town standard is.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Maybe this, and not to the applicant, but maybe to administration. To my earlier question about future development land, you were talking about the developer had to dedicate a certain amount of space to park and open space or cash in lieu. Explain to me how a stormwater, how the stormwater management facility, does that count towards that 10%?
Through your worship, Councillor Meyer, public utility lot or stormwater ponds are not part of that 10%. So they're in addition to that. There's a maximum of 30% between all public utility lots and road right-of-ways. But again, that 10% does not include any of the stormwater ponds explicitly.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I guess a follow-up question then for Councilor Meyer would be then, does the green space that is shown on the proposed area structure plan redevelopment meet that 10% requirement?
Through your worship, all of council, it does.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was going to say, my actual follow-up question is how do we move a storm water management plan facility from where it is to the middle of this neighborhood and we gain open space? I'm maybe, I was going to wait till later to ask that, but it seems like we're gaining open space and then we're lowering density. So I'm kind of confused how this adds up to same amount of density per square whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer. I think there's two parts there. In terms of the overall green space, there's a slight increase due to some under the existing plan being indicated as cash in lieu. So there would be a slight increase in the green area dedicated as park space in this area, in their proposed concept plan. In terms of the density, it's really just the number of units per the same area. And in this case, by having more medium, you can have less high density, or no high density in this case, as proposed by the concept plan that's in front of you. So if you need a follow-up question, please let me know.
Lost, so I might have another question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any more questions for clarity to the presenters? Okay, I see none. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, moving on to the next phase of the public hearing. So all those that would like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment can now come up forward and speak. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered for this item.
Okay, since nobody has registered, I'll open the floor to the members of the gallery and would like to speak in favor of the proposed changes to the area structure plan. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to the next phase. All those that are, anybody that's opposed to the proposed changes to the area structure plan. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Those that are in the gallery and would like to speak in opposition of the proposed amendments to the area structure plan. See, now we'll move on to the next phase. All those that have a general comment regarding the proposed changes to the area structure plan. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Any audience in the gallery would like to speak a general comment to the proposed changes to the area structure plan? Okay, I see no one is here. Go back to the next part, is allows the applicant to provide any closing comments. Would the applicant like to present and provide closing comments? Okay. The applicant has waived that. Okay. So now we're coming back. This is, again, a public hearing, so going back to administration, have we conducted the public hearing in accordance to the AGM?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, council will be dealing with this matter a little bit later on the business items, which is under bylaws. So if you would like to hear more about it, then definitely stay tuned, as we'll be dealing with 8.1 a little bit later tonight. Okay, with that, I'll declare the public hearing for, what number are we? Bylaw 296/DNP/24 closed. Okay. Moving on to 5.2, which...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't know, do we need the correct bylaw number there? We missed a number as you closed it. Just for process, think we need to have a proper closing of that public hearing.
Sure. We're closing bylaw 2696/DNP/24. Is that correct?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. And with that, that public hearing is closed. We'll move on to number 5.2, which is a public hearing on the land use amendment. So this is the Brickyard Stage 6. And we're looking at bylaw 2697/LUO/24 for the Brickyard Stage 6 land use amendment. And the process would be the same as previously outlined. Administration, go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This public hearing presentation is for bylaw 2697/LUO/24 for the Brickyard Stage 6 land use bylaw amendment. As this application is for a land use bylaw amendment, it falls under the land development tier of the land use planning framework within Stony Plain. To give you some locational context, this application is within the Brickyard neighborhood. It is just west of Brickyard Drive and Westview School, as well as the future community recreation center. This image here shows the approximate area combined with the proposed Brickyard area structure plan. This application aligns with the proposed Brickyard area structure plan. In more detail, this map shows the proposed districting. So areas shown going from Future Development District FD and P1 Parks District to P3. So this area being outlined currently, that would be for a stormwater management facility. Similarly, this area being outlined going to P3 would also be for a stormwater management facility. Areas going to R2, the detached dwelling residential district, would be considered the low-density residential district. Areas going to R4, the mixed-form residential district, and R5, the small lot mixed-form residential district, seen on this plan would be considered medium-density residential. And in general, they would be located in proximity to Brickyard Drive, which is a collector road. Lastly, there's a small area shown going to P1, the Parks District. This park would be located adjacent to one of the stormwater management facilities. Additionally, this map shows the proposed road network going throughout the site. Since first reading, this application was advertised in accordance to the advanced method of the public advertisement bylaw. This included going to the Planning Advisory Committee, whose minutes are attached to your package, having a post on the town website, a notification sign on the property, and a mail out to landowners within a minimum 90-meter area. Similar to the Brickyard area structure plan, this map here shows in blue is the 90-meter minimum area, but in this case, the application was circulated to those outlined in red to align with the circulation going to the Brickyard area structure plan. These images here are just a snapshot of the posting on the town website for this bylaw, as well as the posting on the town, a notification sign on the site installed on October 7th, 2024. Today we are at the public hearing, October 28th. Afterwards, the intention is to go with second and third reading at council's decision. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, I do have a question. Okay, so looking at page 186 of our agenda package of 374, I think you had it on the screen regarding the future development to P3 and then proposed road and then also future development to Park 1. Thank you. Can administration provide the difference between a P1 and a P3 and why that small triangle would be classified as a P1 versus part of the storm pond as a P3?
Through your worship, all of council, a P1 is a park district, whereas a P3 is utility district. Typically, a utility district is going to have a primary utility function, such as a stormwater management pond that retains stormwater, whereas a P1 or a parks district would serve a park or recreation use as its primary, perhaps, for the most part. So in this case, for the southern stormwater pond, the little P1 area there is not necessarily proposed to serve a utility district or be part of the stormwater pond itself. It would be adjacent area primarily for recreation or other park open space uses.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, then if there was a park put on that P1 triangle, then does that mean that they can't have a pathway walking through there to connect to the P3? As on page 44 of the page 374, it doesn't show a pathway there. So would there be a fence between the P3 and the P1?
Through your worship to all of council, typically the design of the park spaces is something that's handled at the detailed design stage, kind of within the subdivision, the detailed engineering component. At a high level, you can see trails through either P1 or P3. Again, a trail is just a feature or a component of either of those uses, sometimes secondary, sometimes primary for those land uses. So in this case, it would be something that, you know, if their opportunity did arise, the trail could be, so to speak, shifted from, say, the road right-of-way into the adjacent park space, if that made more sense from a design standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, administration, again for your presentation this evening. Not specific to the redistricting itself, just looking at the movement of traffic through the area. Certainly we have 57th Avenue on the map that we see before us, and then on the north side we'll have 50th, I believe, coming around the other way. But both of those roads, as well as Brickyard Drive, I believe are just 2 lanes, one each direction. I don't believe, and please correct me here, that we have any turning lanes or anything for these 2 entrances into the subdivision here. And just looking for some clarity and context on the conversation of the traffic impact with the Westview School there in the area marked P2 with the progression of the rec center. Certainly we forecast a lot of traffic moving in there, and so how do we foresee traffic, I guess, moving through that area efficiently?
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, I guess the one part that's in addition to that is 49th Avenue is an arterial road just to the north of 50th Avenue in the long-term expansion of kind of the western development of the town. The transportation master plan does indicate that that road there would add additional access to this area and provide for the ultimate traffic flow, in addition to, you know, potentially to the south and further to the west as the town continues to develop out. But in terms of the next major road beyond 50th Avenue and 57th Avenue, it would be 49th Avenue, which is designed as a collector road with 2 lanes in each direction built out at full.
Okay, got it. Okay. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just for a little bit more clarity, page 189 of our package, on the top where it says, yeah, it says P1 to P3. On our map, it shows as the Parks District, Parks 1 to P3. Is that for the purpose of drainage?
Through your worship, Councillor Pletchko, the P1 to P3 is a good catch. Currently, that area is zoned as a public park or as a parks district. This is because probably about 6-7 years ago when the area was originally designed, that area was designed as a linear trail for just recreational purposes. Through subsequent design, at one point in time, there was a plan to put a ditch through there as opposed to change that primary function. So it's something that has kind of been in a holding pattern, and this rezoning here will correct that to match what the proposed area structure plan is indicating.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay. I'll just go back to this photo you have up right now. Is the very, very top there where it's Brickyard Cove. It shows that it is going to be a proposed road right away there, and that's part of this subdivision hearing. Is the developer planning to build the entire road or just half the road?
Through worship all of council, we haven't gotten into that level of detail. I would suspect it would be the whole road. Again, typically with a local road, we don't usually allow like half cross sections or anything like that. So I would expect that the proposed road as a local would be built in its entirety.
Okay, with that being said, look at page 189 of 374, where it has the proposed land use bylaw map. The blackout hashed marks only show half the road being encompassed in that. So if we're going to do the whole road, then should not that encompass the other side of the road?
Through your worship to all of council, again, that is a little bit of drafting error in terms of our map there, and it should actually be indicated to be about 9 meters further to the north there. But it is something we can correct when council makes a decision on this bylaw.
Okay, so when the council does review this later in the bylaws, it is for the entire road, not just half the road?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, see none. Thank you, administration, for your presentation. Okay, move on to the next phase of the public hearing. This is the time that we allow the applicant to present. So if the applicant can come forward again, register your names into the sign-up sheet, and then please speak directly into the mic.
Kyla Away from Select Engineering again. We haven't prepared a presentation for the land use bylaw portion of this amendment. It follows the ASP. We are happy to answer any questions, though.
Thank you. So members of council, you had the opportunity to review them. There is no presentation, so any questions for clear understanding of what we've seen and what we've read? Okay, so I have a question then in terms of the proposed land use amendments, because there will be 2 storm ponds there that will address the storm in that area. Would both storm ponds be created at the same time after this is, if this gets approved, or will one get done before the other?
We look at constructing the central storm pond with the next stage of development. The pond to the south would be at a future stage.
Okay, so then my question follow-up that is then in terms of doing the central storm pond first, is it able to, as is currently, maintain the storm that is of the existing development that's happened, that's occurred there already?
Oh, could you repeat that, sorry?
So with the construction of the northern storm pond first, does it have the capacity of maintaining, holding all the water of the current development that's happening right there?
The construction of the central pond will be able to handle all the stormwater from the town land and the school land, as well as the stage of our development. The southern pond would have to be constructed with the second stage of development.
Okay. Members of council, any questions? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you again for being here. I'm not sure, administration, are we able to get page 203 and 204 just kind of side by side there? I just want to pick up on something Mayor Choi had asked, and that was a connection between the 2 storm ponds. In the sort of overview where we're looking at the future development being redistricted to P3, R2, and so on, we're actually looking at some east-west roads, and certainly going between the 2 storm ponds would be north-south. And just the way that it's drawn out on the one map, it looks like you'd have to sort of jump out to Brickyard Drive and then go back up and around. And so just looking for some clarity on sort of where we could see residents accessing. So we have 203 there. Can we do side by side? Is that... So this, oh, sorry. Oh, what happened there?
Your worship, through the councilor answer, we're just trying to get everything sorted on our side right now to get them both side by side.
Perfect. There's actually a little button with an arrow there that was at the top where you had it presented. If you click that, it'll give you the choice to put them side by side.
I believe we're just bringing them up now.
Beautiful. Oh, that'll work too. Just for information, this one here will allow you to do it side by side within the same document there. So what I was referring to, we have our one storm pond down here, the other one up here, but the housing is running east-west here. And so my question is there some utility lot or something here that residents would be able to sort of walk through? I kind of see something here on this other map. We just don't see it drawn out here, where we do see the ingress egress on that south pond. So just a little bit of clarity, if you wouldn't mind, on access to that pond using the trail system.
Okay, so on the central pond there where you see that kind of gray piece coming down, that would be a public utility lot in which people could walk and access the pond that way. Yeah, you got it. And so it comes straight down, there's a local road there, and then it connects with the other storm pond. You can see the outlet there.
Perfect, so we
Top. So-
coming out here and it's a straight shot up
Exactly.
to the other pond there. That's perfect.
Exactly,
Thank you for the
yeah.
clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did write down a question as I was approached by a resident of Brickyard, who's, by the way, enjoying the sidewalk all the way down from the original part of Brickyard all the way down to the school. They have measured that out, and they get in an awful lot of steps, and there are kilometers of walking on that sidewalk. So thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, I'm wondering, through you to our developers, is it within the concept when you're putting in path systems that we might actually circle the ponds? I believe there's a pond south of Fairways Drive where the walkway actually goes all the way around the pond. And people in that neighborhood absolutely love that opportunity to be able to take a complete walk out into the quiet and back around, no traffic, and they can circle around. And if there's particular birds or whatever in and around the pond, they enjoy watching them and studying them. A famous author who wrote Boom, Bust, and Echo stated years ago, and I understand that it's still true, the #1 pastime in North America is birding. Watching birds, studying birds, following birds, falling over, trying to get to birds, but feeding them the care and study and understanding of birds. And our ponds, we create them for a purpose, but they draw wildlife to them. We hope children and people aren't getting in them, but it's a wonderful opportunity for people to enjoy nature right here in Stony Plain. And I wonder if it's possible to circle these ponds with the trail systems. And I'm seeing some nodding heads in council chambers as I state that.
So absolutely, walkability is so important for communities, and we know that. When we look at the trails around ponds, we look at the overall balance between public access and open space, and as well as the function of like the housing opportunity. We want to make sure that, yes, we do have the trails that people can see the birds and still enjoy the ponds. And again, having that park space there also provides that opportunity, but also recognizing that there is housing there and that some people enjoy the privacy and don't necessarily want to have trails behind them. So we try to find a nice balance between the two functions. As was in the northern pond that's already established, having it along a portion of the pond still provides a lot of the benefits to the public. And there's some precedent examples throughout Stony Plain and Willow Park, Westera, Jutland Ridge, where they also have it kind of just along the one edge, and it still provides a lot of function for the community.
Okay, my thought along those lines, Mr. Mayor, is there's an awful lot of housing going to be put ultimately in Brickyard and those lands to the south. And those trail systems are so important in that area to everybody. And the more walkable, the more we can create loops and things for people to get around, not just a destination turnaround and walk back the same direction. That means a lot to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. If we ask administration to turn back to the staging. What page is that? 203. 204, please. Okay. Thank you. So the question to the applicant, this stage that's been proposed is fairly large. Okay. Can you point out which area of this stage will be done first?
The first stage that we'd be looking at, it's approximately 50 lots. It'll include the central pond. Sorry, I don't have a pointer. It's hard to describe. It'll include the central pond, this area here. It'll come down here and tie into this road here.
Okay, where's my, yeah, need a print pointer? Thank you. So just for my own understanding, we'll look over here because okay, it's there now. So you're saying that if this gets approved, this will be part, this R2 here?
Correct.
And then this as well?
Yes, the block shown as R5. And part of that R2 block. It'll be split across this block here.
Okay, so we're talking about this block, half of this, and this.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, administration, could you pull up page 169, please? Okay, because this comes back to my earlier question about which storm pond is getting done first, or they're done simultaneously. But based on this design, which is proposed storm pond master plan, the answer is this one was getting done first, and then I asked which housing developments will be done will be here, here, and here. But the houses that back onto this and this first part are supposed to drain into this storm pond, not that one. So how are you going to accommodate the water that's being driven off from these housing developments if this storm pond is not completed?
The stage will be designed to drain to that central pond.
Okay, so it'll be designed to, but you're not going to build it?
Not the south pond. The central pond gets constructed with the next stage of subdivision.
Correct. But when I asked about what the housing developments, you said here and backing onto here and this first part here. So based on the proposed storm plan, this little area here and this area here drains into the southern storm pond. So my question is, if we're building houses here, should you not build the storm pond as well? Or are you going to build a temporary one there to build up? Because it does not drain this way to the central pond, it drains this way to this one.
This stage will be designed and adjusted so that everything drains to the pond, to the central pond.
Okay, so,
Again, the plan area, this is a general concept in the area structure plan showing how the drainage will work, but when you get into the detailed design, we can adjust the drainage for the first stage of development to drain all into the first pond, into the central pond.
okay, so if that's the concept, then would the central storm pond be large enough and deep enough to hold the additional water if you're going to regrade this so it goes that way instead of down?
The boundary can be adjusted slightly to accommodate the houses in the first stage. It's not making the pond any bigger. It's just adjusting some of the drainage boundary in there.
Okay. Okay, I'll think about that. Thank you. Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. Then in regards to that, what happens to the homes north of the central storm pond, as they're supposed to drain to the central storm pond when they get built? Is asking again, is it going to be able to accommodate all the homes, the green space, north of the central, and then the adjusted ones for just south of it?
Sorry.
Councillor
I think
Loynes' question would be, because
Yeah.
this is proposed as stage 4, which comes after stage 1, 2, and 3. If we're going to redesign these little areas here to drain to here, when stage 4 gets developed, will there be enough capacity on the central storm pond to hold the water?
Yeah, the ponds are designed to hold all the capacity required for this plan area and the drainage basin. There might be some minor boundary adjustments when you get into the detailed design phase. There is only a couple lots, very few lots that would be in the first stage of subdivision that I guess would be outside that green boundary that you're looking at.
Okay.
So they're able to adjust the grading on there, but all the lots are designed to drain into the ponds. There might just be some minor adjustments as you get into the detailed design of them.
Okay. Councillor Loynes?
I'm concerned with that answer only because if you go back, the original plan was supposed to be one large storm pond that was going to accommodate the whole area. Understanding we figured one large pond wasn't going to accommodate it well enough, hence the reason for 3 smaller ponds. But we're still sitting here thinking one pond is going to accommodate almost half of that area. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I missing something?
So I think the question is, when this is all regraded, will there be enough capacity in this pond that's going to take care of that, and then this one that's going to come down to take care of this? Because everything from here and here will go to the southern pond. So is the storm drainage design able to handle that?
Yeah, the design can handle it. It was all designed to accommodate everything. These ponds, I believe, are a little deeper than the original pond, and it's all been addressed through the design brief that was submitted as part of the application to show that the ponds and the design can take all the stormwater required in this area.
Councilor Pletchko.
So I'm going to play off that a little bit and get a direct question. And this is going to go to administration. Administration, we see in a drawing here where the 2 ponds with the new way they're set up basically will take on the water based on the area structure plan that we're being proposed here. Yet we're hearing that there will be an altercation to what we're seeing that will direct some of the water now towards another pond and less towards the other pond. So the pond that is to the south will have less water than the pond to the north. How big are these ponds that we can say confidently that what we're hearing tonight is that the developer wants to develop a certain aspect of that stage, that we're going to switch the water now to the south pond opposed to part of that which is actually supposed to go to the north pond?
Through your worship to Councilor Pletchko and all of council, thank you for the question. On page 76 of the package, there's actually a little bit more detail that explains the stormwater servicing plan, and it does detail the applicant's explanation on the boundaries and proposed connections through the stormwater network. And I don't want to answer for the applicant, but I'm watching the answer here. I believe that they were referencing that there would be connections through each pond that would allow for servicing of each stage. And I believe that a reference was made that they would be submitting plans that would be able to be serviced by each pond in the stage, irrespective of what was needed. So while not completely engineered, when we discuss with the applicants and developers with these long-term build-outs, servicing is of significant dialogue that we will get into with every developer. In this case, the proposed plan is to leverage the existing temporary pond that will become a permanent pond for the future stage as referenced in the answer. And now over time, as we're building out with this developer, a continuous review and dialogue will be made with their applications to ensure that servicing meets the needs of what they're proposing to build.
So thank you for that, Brett. And just one further. So as we look at the development that we're seeing today, if it comes in a bit different than what we're being anticipated, there is room for you at the administration level to vary the plans, and if need be, ponds built bigger or smaller?
Through your worship to Councilor Pletchko and all of council, if you're referring to any oversizing requirements, those are things that we can have a dialogue with the developer as needed.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, administration. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, and I appreciate administration bringing us to page 76, as it does show that there is a storm connection between the southern storm management facility to the central storm management facility. There is a pipe that does connect the two of them. So when that development happens to the west side of Brickyard Drive, if those storm drains are in place, then it will flow as designed as per page 76. Good. Any more questions for clarity and understanding to the applicant? Thank you for your presentation. Okay, members of council, that ends one part of the public hearing. So we'll move on to the next one, which is given to anyone that that'd like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment. Administration, has anybody registered to speak in favor?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that are opposed to the proposed bylaw amendment. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw amendment? Seeing none, we'll move on to the fourth phase of it now. Any of those that have just a general comment regarding the land use bylaw amendment? Administration, has anybody scheduled to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay.
Your worship.
Anybody?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
When you ask if the public has any comment, does that mean that if they had a question, they could come forward and ask that? Because a lot of people don't think they can ask a question if you only say comment.
Yes, I think that's basically its comment, but they can come ask questions. They can present the reasons why they believe or don't believe that it's a good amendment change. So anybody that has any comments or questions, feel free. Thank you.
We may understand that, but I'm not sure the public would feel free if they just had a question for their clarity and understand.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Okay. Okay, anyone that has a general comment regarding the land use bylaw for 297, I think. Yeah, 297 LUO/24. Okay. See none, that gives the opportunity for the applicant to make any closing comments. Does the applicant want to make closing comments? Okay. Seeing that the applicant does not want to make any closing comments, administration has council followed the procedures of the public hearing according to the MGA?
Through your worship, yes, it has.
Okay, with that, then I'll declare bylaw 26, the public hearing for bylaw 2697/LUO/24 for Brickyard Stage 6 closed. Okay. Okay. Our next public hearing is 5.1, which deals with 700 Genesis Drive, which is also a land use 5.3. Deals with 700 Genesis Drive, which is also a land use bylaw amendment. Just for members of council, we did receive additional submissions that came over the weekend, and staff has printed it out, part of our package. It was not part of the package that was put on the website on Thursday, because we had not received it, but they are here in front of you. That was printed out. We received 61 additional comments. So, and looking at the time, we'll take a 15-minute recess to make sure that council has the ability to go through it all, and then we'll come back and re-adjourn at 7:15 to deal with the 5.3. Yeah, 7 o'clock. Okay? 7 o'clock. So we'll take a recess until 7. Thank you. Okay. Members of council, we're back live. We're reconvening our meeting. And as we move on to the third public hearing tonight, which is 5.3, which is to discuss 700 Genesis Drive Land Use Bylaw Amendment. So again, the process is the same. We'll go through the same order. So I'll start with administration. Go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship and Town Council. This public hearing is for Bylaw 2698 LUO 24 for the 700 Genesis Drive Land Use Bylaw Amendment. As this application is an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw, it falls under the land development tier of the land use planning framework within the town. To give you some context for location of this application is located on 700 Genesis Drive within the Genesis on the Lake subdivision. It is a bit north of Genesis Lake Boulevard and directly west of Genesis Lake Drive. This image here shows the neighborhood level plan, the Genesis on the Lakes area structure plan, in context of where this application is located. 700 Genesis Drive is a medium density residential district within the Genesis on the Lakes area structure plan, and so this amendment aligns with the area structure plan. In more detail, this application is redistricting from R4 Residential Mixed Form District to the R6 Comprehensively Planned Residential District. Both the R4 and R6 allow for detached duplexes, semi-detached, and row house dwelling, whereas R6 may allow for multi-unit dwellings, and an R4 allows for secondary suites. Specific to this application, the intention of the applicant is to have 5 or 6 unit row house dwellings, whereas the R4 limits row house dwellings to only 4 units long. Additionally, the R6 allows for a comprehensively planned development stream, which enables the more condominium type development facing a private road. R6 also aligns with the property to the south, 800 Genesis Drive, and so by redistricting to R6, that may allow for an opportunity to align with development on that property as well. Since first reading, administration has advertised this bylaw in accordance with the standard method in the public advertisement bylaw, as it aligns with the area structure plan. This advertisement included bringing this application to the Planning Advisory Committee, whose minutes are attached to your agenda package, putting a post on the town website of this public hearing. The snapshot of that post is seen on your screen there, and putting a notification sign on the property. These images are of the notification sign on the property, installed over 21 days in advance of this public hearing. So today we are at the public hearing, October 28th. The intention is to have second and third reading up to council. Thank you, and we're open to any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration. Just in regards to the advertising portion, I think you used the term the standard method, and you stated that that was due to the fact that this aligns with the ASP, the Area Structure Plan. Can you just expand a little bit in layman's terms on what you mean by aligns with the current Area Structure Plan?
Through Worship to Councillor Lowry, given that both the R4 and the R6 are a form of medium density residential, and the area structure plan is not intending to be changed or needs to be changed to support this redistricting, it's not an advanced. That would be if a change to the area structure plan would be required at the neighborhood planning level. And if we were to do that, it would be mailed to all the residents around the area within that 90-meter limit, similar to what the Brickyard was previously discussed earlier today. But given, again, that the area structure plan supports the rezoning, it's just the standard level, which doesn't require that.
Excellent, thank you. And so for clarity, the density essentially of the lot is not being changed. It is currently zoned as a medium-density lot. It will remain a medium-density lot?
Correct. Again, with subtle differences between the different types of medium density, yes, it is. The area structure plan has it as a medium density area. Classification, designation, those sort of terms we'd usually use at the area structure plan level, but yes, it is a medium. It's an area that it's designated as a medium density site right now, and it has a medium density district or zone.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding from members of council? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just am trying to get some understanding, and hopefully it will help everyone, those who are live streaming and those in council chambers. What I'm looking for is when Genesis on the Lakes was created, and what a beautiful subdivision it is, I know that there were certain plans put in place for different types of housing. Was it always intended that Genesis on the Lake, to some degree, would be integrated housing, not all upper scale, upper end, higher cost housing? Or was it meant all along from the beginning to have a variety of housing styles and price points? Could that be answered, please, Mr. Mayor?
Yep. Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, when the original plan was adopted, which this is showing it an amendment at this point in time here, shown on the screen, you can see there are high density, medium density, and low density residential sites. So there was an intention to have a diversity of housing in the Genesis on the Lakes area structure plan.
Okay. For clarity, Mr. Mayor, may I continue? So for further understanding, the colors that are on that map indicate higher density housing. All the yellow is the type of housing that most people associate with Genesis on the Lake, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, the yellow is low density, which is the predominant type of housing in Genesis on the Lake. The orange is medium, and the red, or the just somewhere between an orange and a red there, is the high density. The red in the corner there is commercial.
Okay. And when a subdivision is created and there is a plan put forward, the longer the land sits vacant, the longer it has no development on it, the more adapted to that the people who do live in the area become. And then when development is going to happen, as they should be, people get very protective of that space because they don't want it to alter home values and that kind of thing. What I'm wondering is, has anything changed with Edmonton Metropolitan Regional Board, the Capital Region Board before that? Any of those, with their increased requirements for density, altered anything that was that is proposed, where this development that is proposed would be different than what people were thinking in the very beginning that this area would be, that particular area that the circle is around? Has the higher requirement for densification of population caused us to be looking at a development like this in Genesis when maybe originally or just a few years after development that might not have been the case?
Your worship to Councillor Hansard, there's sort of a direct and an indirect answer. Directly, no. Indirectly, perhaps. Again, more perception, and it really depends on the facts. So at a high level, the growth plan that's the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board has established was adopted after this, and it has been subsequently updated. It does require increased densities for new neighborhoods that are planned after that point in time. Given that this plan is already in effect or was in effect prior to that, it is grandfathered, so it does not need that additional density that newer areas would require, such as the Tussock Area Structure Plan, just to name one. So no, from that standpoint. Again, density land use bylaw, the way that those regulations work could enable more, but there's nothing at the area structure plan level that would require that. And again, our land use bylaw has a variety of different low and medium density districts that require a range of different
Thank you for that. Mr. Mayor, sorry, I want to just be real clear before we leave this subject. Under the zoning that is there, could higher density than what is proposed in this particular development have been brought forward and likely approved by administration, since a great deal of things are decided by administration as long as they fit within the area structure plan, the MDP, and all of those things that council has set forward?
In the town's land use bylaw, there's only one district that explicitly allows higher density. That's the R8. Again, if that was being proposed here, that would necessitate going to an area structure plan amendment, changing that neighborhood level plan, which would require council's approval of that and the subsequent zoning. This one here, again, is only looking at staying with what was approved in the neighborhood plan and just looking at a different zone within those medium density zones that exist in the land use bylaw already.
Okay, so is he saying, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Dibble, you talk in such planning language, sometimes I'm going, okay, what does that mean? I just want to be clear. Are we understanding then that something of even greater density could have come forward on this piece of land, but this particular proposal is about a lesser density than could have been asked for?
That is correct. There is a higher density that could have been applied for.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, just to be clear to members of council, so any lot that is that's within the town's floodplain, the owner has the ability to come and apply for a zoning change, which is also density change. The idea here, as listed on the map there, currently when this area structure plan was approved as a Genesis subdivision, is medium density. The developer is, again, asking for medium density. It's just a separate zoning within that medium density. So they're not asking for high density, Councilor. Councilor Pacheco.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Administration, is there any chance we can put up page 225 and 227? Gee, that would have been good, really close side by side. I would have had a much easier time describing what I'm trying to get at here. So when I look at your R4 and your R6 permitted uses, as we go down them, they're pretty consistent. Can you point out really what is the true difference between the two? The other thing that I want a little bit of clarification for is, I see discretionary use. And we go down to the bottom, recreational vehicle storage, residential vehicle storage. How does that play into a subdivision where we have a bunch of homes in and we're going to now move?
Your Worship, to Councilor Paletzko. The residential vehicle storage is a relatively new use. In the town of Stony Plain, there's several areas, the homesteads, a few other kind of bare land condo units that are part of the R6 that do allow residential. This is usually condo owners or homeowner associations, something like that, where there's an area of land that is part of being that within that association, whether it's a condominium or a homeowner association. There's the ability to have a perk there to park RVs on a portion of the land of that. Again, it could be a fee simple lot, or it could be part of, say, the common property of a condominium. So to make sure that those areas and those uses that were I guess, viewed as being reasonable, were compliant with the land use bylaw. This was a discretionary use. So again, there are some limitations and some regulations around that, but it was only in the instance of a residential association or condominium that had land set aside for recreational vehicles for the members of that association to utilize. So that clarity on that use.
Clarity, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to take you over from R4 to R6 again. Really what I see the difference here is, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from R4 to R6, it's a multi-unit dwelling is really an addition that is gone from R4 to R6. Is that kind of the only difference that I'm seeing? Because your density, when I look at the density portion of it, it's still medium density.
Through your worship to Councillor Palechko, that is one of the major ones. Again, the way the land use bylaw works is there is a variety of different ways to kind of put together the different uses to get similar products in some cases. So for example, if you do have a row house that has secondary suites, you could get what in another instance might be considered a multi-unit building. So in some cases, you can actually get the same product in a different way. But yeah, for the most part, they are similar uses allowed in both of these because they are medium density. So they're both capped at, say, a 12-meter height and have various medium density regulations in terms of how many units can be allowed within it.
I'm quite glad, Mr. Dibble, that you actually talked about row housing dwelling, because really when I look at the row housing dwelling and a multi-suite in that row housing dwelling, you could create basically the same amount of people in that area almost by doing that without having the multi-unit dwelling listing that the R6 gives you.
That is correct. So in the example I gave, you can have up to 4-unit row house with secondary suites in each one. So you can get basically an 8-plex within the current zoning, which could be allowed in the proposed zoning as well.
So I'm going to take you one step further if I could. So the multi-unit dwelling, can they do the same as a row house by putting 2 suites in there?
Technically, that would be allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palechko. Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I certainly appreciate the conversation, excuse me, around zoning and some of these sorts of things, but I'm a little bit more of a concrete thinker, and so I'm going to ask a question, hopefully to bring some clarity for me. In the lead sheet here, this is page 217 of the agenda package that we were provided. It informs us that the developer's proposal will facilitate 57 potential row housing units in this 700 block that we're referring to. If this was to remain R4, with consideration given to the question that Councillor Palechko just asked about, secondary suites and that sort of thing. So if we take secondary suites sort of off the table and we just look at R4 as a mixed residential form district, what would be reasonable that a developer could put into this area?
Again, there's some difference in design that could be explored, but at a very high level, we've done a light analysis to determine that if it was done in a row house fashion, you could probably get about 33 around a cul-de-sac or about 26 single detached homes. Again, each of those could have a secondary suite, doubling that upwards of 52 to 66 units. So that would be, that's possible today without any rezoning or any redistricting. So just to give you a high level, again, there's some nuances there that would have to be looked at from a subdivision engineering perspective in terms of the road design, specifically how the cul-de-sac fits within the area, but kind of at a conceptual level, that gives a good range.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that because I think it takes us from a possible 26 to 33, a maybe to 52, 66 to more of a certain 57, right? And so it's what it could be versus what it is planned to be. So as it exists, the potential to have a similar number of units exists. If a developer was to go with a secondary suite approach in that particular area, where the proposal is saying, no, that is what it's going to be. And so there's some certainty there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just looking for clarity from administration, trying to visualize this. When we speak about the secondary suite one, I'm thinking of the units that were built along Brickyard Drive, the new area structure, or the new area that we were just talking about, where they have a main floor suite and then the upper 2 floors, so it's 3 floors total, are primary residential. Is that a product that would be allowed in here currently? So again, it would be a 3-story product, main floor suite with 2 upper residential?
That is an example of what is possible in this district.
Okay, thank
The
you.
existing district, yes.
Thank you, Councilor Lowry. Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going to page 232 in our package, and we're looking at the tentative plan. When I see this and I see that the reasoning for the rezoning is to go from 4 dwellings to 6, I'm noticing that not every proposed area is a 6. Is that correct? So that didn't really change in the sense of the amount of people?
Your Worship to Councillor Loyens, that is correct. My understanding, the applicant can probably provide more information at their opportunity here to talk at the public hearing. But when we were in original engagements for this concept plan here, the idea was to kind of limit the, I guess, the density of the product that was being proposed on the, call it the southwest portion of the lot. For a little bit larger units, I think they're 5 plexes as opposed to 6 plexes. But yes, that is correct.
Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you. Referring to the same picture on page 232, the reason for zoning number 2, neighboring property, 800 Genesis Drive is R6. I'm just going to also reference the Planning Advisory Committee comment. It's hard to know, and they had a hard time expressing any concerns, as this is just a picture. It's conceptual. It's not anything hard and fast that we can actually say. So my question is, the 800 Genesis Drive, is that owned by the same property developer?
Your Worship to Councillor Meyer, last I checked land titles, they had 2 different owners.
Okay, so just to follow up then, can you explain that, I mean, can you expand on that reasoning?
Your Worship to Councillor Meyer, my understanding is on site, there's a map that shows both the properties as one defined area, I'll call it. Again, they could technically be developed right now in a similar fashion if they really wanted to be, but again, having the same zoning does allow for different orientations, different layouts in terms of design. So other than that information, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for clear understanding? Councilor Nassar, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Normally, when we're talking about redistricting, we are not looking at a specific proposal for a specific development, correct?
That is correct. We're just looking at densities and the zoning.
All right, so has council been confused, has the public perhaps been confused by the drawing that is submitted on page 232, suggesting 60, it looks like 60 dwelling units to me, with 7 visitor parking stalls. Does this drawing suggest that there's not enough visitor parking and too many dwellings, when normally we wouldn't even be looking at what specifically the developer is thinking of putting on this property? Are we looking at something we should not be looking at?
Thank you for the question, Councilor Nassar. I think I'll try to rephrase that. So in terms of a R4 zoning versus an R6 zoning, I think Councilor Hanson mentioned about parking. So are the parking requirements the same for an R4 versus an R6?
Depending on through your worship to all council, depending on the type of development that's being proposed, it could be very similar or different. Again, it depends if it's a comprehensively planned site or one that is a fee simple or kind of street-oriented development. If the R6 development takes place as a street-oriented, which it would as an R4, they would be the same. If it's the R6 comprehensive style, the parking regulations are slightly different.
Councilor Hanson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do appreciate you working through some of this. I don't want to overstep in public hearing where we're supposed to be asking for clarity and understanding, but I'm wondering if administration could suggest that at some point there would be a requirement made of the developer to do something about more parking, because a great many of the comments in the letters that were submitted to us by the residents are speaking of the increased traffic and parking that this type of a development will bring into the neighborhood. And if that could be addressed, perhaps 3 units or 6 units go away to allow greater parking? Is there a place at which administration would suggest that to the developer? And I know that's a terrible price task of the developer, but it might solve some of the problems. And I'm not the problem solver, by the way. Just asking.
Okay. I would have to say no. I think in terms of, we have zonings, so if council approves this as a R4 zoning, then they have to meet all the criteria for an R4 zoning. If council rezones it to an R6, then the developer has to meet all the R6 requirements.
Okay.
So that is what we have done as a council, is to approve the land use bylaw so that all owners of property in the town of Stony Plain have the same rights. So if they have an R6 here versus an R6, on the other side of the town, the requirements are the same.
Same. And is there, Mr. Mayor, is there a place at which more parking could be required?
I think that would be done if it was a comprehensive development as a condo association where they can do what they want. But if it's street oriented, they have to meet our requirements. End of question. Okay. Any other questions regarding for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize to administration. I'm actually going to circle back. I needed some time to process the numbers you provided. We're looking at the 700 block being, I think, in the lead sheet here, the proposed bylaw amendment, 1.29 hectares. When we look through R6, we see a dwelling units per hectare there, but in the R4 we don't, and I'm assuming that has to do with the variability there that we spoke to in terms of secondary suites and those sorts of things. But again, I'm going to ask a little bit of speculation, but roughly how many units in R4 would fit in 1.29 hectares? Again, if we're not considering secondary suites and such.
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, in the 1.29 hectare site under the R4, that was about 26 single detached or 33 row house units. In the R6 at the 2260 dwelling units per hectare, that would be 26,277 units. And that's the proposed zoning of the R6.
All right, provides the clarity I was looking for, but I will reserve my comments for a little bit later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Councilor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to touch on something that I read in the package. One of the other concerns was a walkability and safety for residents. How does an R4 differ from an R6 for that factor?
Through your worship to Councillor Pletchko. On a high level, you'd have a public road for an R4, which would have sidewalks that would be publicly accessible throughout the cul-de-sac. The ability to kind of connect to the trail probably to the west of the site would be very limited, and it would connect directly to Genesis Lake Drive along the sidewalk that already exists there. If it was done as an R6 in terms of the comprehensively planned site, again, it would all be a private site, but there could be opportunity to allow access from that site to, say, the P1 there that the trail runs, as well as the sidewalk that runs down Genesis Lake Drive. So again, it would be private areas, but that internal walkway that would be part of that site could access on both sides. Not to say that if it was a cul-de-sac with private fee simple style lots, row or single, that they couldn't have backyards onto the trail, the P1 there. Just like the residents across the way that back on there. But again, that would be the main difference from a pedestrian connectivity standpoint is you would get a public road built in there in the R4. You could also get that in the R6. And that would provide public sidewalks in there. Otherwise, everything would be limited to private infrastructure, whether a trail or a sidewalk.
If I could just take you back for a second, just for clarity again. Did you make reference from an R4 to an R6? So the R6 allows for access to the P1 area where the R4 does not?
Through your worship to Councillor Palachico, for example, in the concept plan that was put forth as part of this, they do show a sidewalk, I think, entering onto or kind of trying to connect to the trail to the southwest of the site. Whereas if it was done as a fee simple style cul-de-sac, you would just have backyards on there, and there wouldn't necessarily be access for anyone that didn't back onto that directly.
Okay, and I just want to take that one step further. So feasibility, when we're building the road, so I'm going to use Genesis Lake Drive, is there a impact study done at that time for traffic impact to the area depending on densities?
Yes, typically at the neighborhood planning level. So when we were doing the area structure plan for this, there would have been a TIA done, a traffic impact assessment, that would have looked at the average density or the kind of the maximum density of each, the high, medium, and low densities for those areas, done calculations for the number of traffics that would be generated by each of those areas, and then would ensure that each of the collector roads or local roads had the capacity to handle that traffic going through there. But again, it's done at an aggregate level based on the low, medium, and high density areas, commercial areas as well, using sort of a ratio of how many trips per area, per unit, per whatever the calculations would be.
Good, just
Go ahead.
touch base. So when we're planning the development, Genesis Lake Boulevard, Genesis Lake Drive, what it took into consideration at the time that R4 and the R6 technically is a medium density area. So changing it from an R6 to, from an R4 to an R6 doesn't change the density at all. That does not change the need for the road because the road was built to a standard that would accommodate the medium density, correct?
That is correct at a general level, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Just to pick up on that line of questioning, the 800 Genesis that is an R6, was that originally R6 in the original plans, or did we bump that up?
Your worship, Councillor Meyer, it's another medium density site. So R4, R5, and R6 are all medium density.
Yep.
So these lots, including Genesis Villas, have all been a medium density since the area structure plan was adopted.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, so what I heard here is we would have looked at, this TIA would have looked at the high and low. It was always planned as medium density. So in the original plan, was the original low R4 for both of those locations, or was R6, the 800 Genesis, always R6? Or would it have at some point been an R4?
Through your worship, through Councillor Meyer, I don't know. I know in 2013, when we updated the land use bylaw and did a full rewrite, all of the medium density areas were assigned to either the R4, R5, or R6 accordingly. Back then, there were different types of medium districts, so it was kind of whatever was proposed would have been how we rezoned or ensured that the new zonings that were being created were applied to those lands. Again, sorry for the planner speak there, but in essence, all the medium districts that we had prior to 2013 were reapplied under the new types of medium districts under the new land use bylaw to those areas according to what was proposed in the neighborhood plans. So in essence, yes.
All right, any more questions? Okay, I have a question to administration. In terms of the R4 current zoning, can you tell me how many units can be built in there again?
Through your worship of council, again, 26 single detached. And again, this is just a high-level estimate. It would have to be ground truth in terms of detailed design. But about 26 detached dwellings could fit within the 1.29 hectares. And if they were done as row housing, about 33 units. Again, all of those would have the potential for secondary suites to double that up to the 52 and the 66 dwelling units for the site.
Okay, so in terms of the zone, the R4 zoning, as mentioned on page 225 of our package, it says permitted uses are detached dwellings, duplexes, earthwork, secondary suite dwellings, as you mentioned. So for those secondary suite dwellings, do they have to provide additional parking for those?
Through your worship, all of council, secondary suites are required to have one additional parking space on the private site. So yes. So if you had a two-car garage and a driveway, that driveway could provide the third parking stall. But you would need you'd need 3 parking stalls for a detached home with a secondary suite per lot.
Okay, so if the math works out and then they're allowed to have secondary suites, then in R4 zoning, which has 33 duplex dwellings, then they would be allowed to double that to have a secondary suite to make it 66 units.
Through your worship, all the council, that is correct.
Okay, and then with the R6 zoning, what is the maximum number of units again for this property if it gets rezoned?
Through your worship, all council, 77 units.
Okay, and with those 77 units, do they have to provide additional parking as well?
Through your worship, all council, if the land was developed as a comprehensively planned site, it's the number of units plus an additional. So depends again on the type of structure. So parking is 2 spaces per dwelling unit for single detached and semi-detached. And when it's a multi-unit dwelling, row house is also 2 per unit. For multi-unit, it depends on the number of bedrooms. So it's either 1 or 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit. In particular, if the dwelling unit contains 1 or fewer bedrooms, it's 1. And if there's 2 or more bedrooms, it's 1.5, rounded up. In addition to that, you have to add 10% visitor parking stalls. So it would depend on the layout and the design that is proposed and what buildings and how many, if they're apartment style or the multi-unit dwelling, how many bedrooms they have in each of those. That would influence the number of parking stalls required, plus that 10% for visitor.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just, sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that to make sure I understood what you said. So you were talking in R6, in the row house configuration, they are required to have 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, so per row house.
Correct.
Okay, so when I'm looking at this, if we're talking about duplexes with secondary suites, would equivalent to 2 dwelling units, they're only required 3 parking spots, whereas 2 row house units in the internal of R6 would actually be required 4 parking spots.
That is correct.
And then in addition to being required the extra parking spot, they're then also required to add 10% visitor parking?
That would be required on site, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pletcho?
Just for clarity, on the R6, you talk about 77 being the magic number. Did I understand before that we could add a suite to that, which then in turn could almost double this?
Through your worship to Councillor Paleckko, those secondary suites would be considered a dwelling to meet that 77. So it's just 77 dwellings in total. Whether they're row housing, whether they're single detached with secondary suites in them, whether they're multi-unit buildings, a maximum of 77. That includes all secondary suites that are proposed.
Okay, just for a tiny bit more clarity then. So on the R4, the max would be 66 basically. So the max on the R6 would be 77. So we're talking 11 units technically.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hansard?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for starting that series of questions between you and Councillor Laurie and Councillor Paleckko. I just want to be real clear from my understanding and make sure that I'm on the same page. The units of housing that were built in Brickyard, and I'm going to use them as an example, they do not consider those new housing units to be a two-story dwelling with a basement suite. The developer created those to be a two-story dwelling and a main floor dwelling, two separate dwelling units. They're not, the bedrooms are built on the ground and a two-story home placed on top of them. A row of 4 of those actually holds 8 dwelling units. Is that what we're talking about could be built here? Or are you talking about a single home, 2 stories, with a basement suite under one roof, internal connections, meeting the requirements of the code to be a secondary suite, but we don't have a separate dwelling unit? It could be a granny living in there, it could be a college-age student, or if it's legally permitted, they could rent it out. But it's not really it's not a separate dwelling unit, is it? So when we're using the word suite, do we mean dwelling unit, or do we mean suite contained within a home?
Administration.
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, it's somewhat of a nuance in the sense that if you have a basement area that under the Safety Code Act qualifies as a secondary suite, separate legally done, it would be considered an additional dwelling unit to that single detached home in your example. That said, if it wasn't compliant with that, it would just be part of that one dwelling unit and it would be the living space of that. Either example, the recent ones in Brickyard or that example are permitted currently right now in the R4 and could be permitted roughly in the R6 as well.
Okay.
Are you good, Councillor Hansard? Okay. Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to pick up on Councillor Laurie's question because I got lost here for a second and I thought I had it figured out. So either Councillor Laurie or administration maybe can answer this one. When we look at a duplex unit was the example that we heard, does that count as one dwelling unit or 2 dwelling units?
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, a duplex is 2 units on one lot, one above the other.
So a row house that's 4 units would count as 4 dwelling units.
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, correct. This is an instance where you could have a 4-unit row house and each of the 4 units could be considered, say, duplexes in a sense.
Sure.
But they're also a row house with secondary suites.
So in terms of parking though, a duplex, each unit of the duplex would have 2 spaces, so 4. And then if secondary suites were added, that duplex would require 6.
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, that is correct, generally speaking. However, do note that if you have a max of 2 units per lot, you can't have a duplex with a secondary suite.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And so I just did a bit of the quick crunch math here, so just let me know if you see an error in this. So you had mentioned in R4, we can have 33 units, which each one of those 33 units can have a secondary suite. In calculating that, the 33 units are required 2 spaces, the secondary suite requires an additional an additional 1. If my math is right here, we're around 99 parking spaces.
Through your worship.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship to Councilor Lloyd, that is correct.
Okay. Whereas if we were talking about 77 units under R6, each requiring 2 spaces, that gives us 144 required parking spaces plus an additional 10%, which is 7.5 or 7.7, sorry, rounded up to 8. So in the same area, even though the number of units would be 77, we would be looking at the requirement of 152 parking spaces instead of 99 under an R4.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, I believe the math was 154 would be the number of base units, because 77 times 2, I believe, is the 154, and then you'd have 10% of that would be 15.4 rounds up to 16, which means you'd have about 170 units for parking in that case.
So again, yeah, my math was on the low side. So again, in R4, we would 33 units, secondary suites would require 99. In R6, if it was built to the max capacity of 77, would require 170.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, that is correct.
So in this case with 57, we are looking at 114 plus 10%.
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, that would be correct. So approximately 125.
125 versus 99. Excellent, thank you.
Councilor Meyer. Okay, any other questions for clear understanding? Okay. I have a question in terms of on page 232, where they've shown a tentative plan. And I know council's just looking at zoning and not really the actual plan, because that's on the next phase of that. But how likely is it to have somebody to have a road go into another lot that's not owned by the same developer?
Through your worship to all of council, not that practical. Again, that would probably entertain a connection to the additional lot to the south. Again, it could always be truncated earlier on from the property line, which would be pretty common for an area that has the visitor parking as shown on the concept plan.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have a question in terms of medium density. I know across the street it was mentioned that it is zoned for R5. The one that's south of this property is zone R6, and this one is zone R4. They're all medium density. Can administration provide the differences between R4, R5, and R6 medium density?
Through your worship to all of council, the R4 does allow secondary suites in a street-oriented off of public road style developments. The R5 allows for slightly narrower lots, but does not allow for secondary suites on those lots, also street-oriented with public roads. The R6 does also enable that style of development under one of the development option regulations, but is more geared towards a comprehensively planned site, bare land condo, basically where you've got private internal roads or parking areas, and a variety of buildings or structures within that as a comprehensively planned site. So private roads predominantly.
Right, any more questions for clear understanding to administration? Okay, see none. Thank you, administration, for the presentation and answering our questions. Okay, the next phase of the public hearing goes to the applicant, so that the applicant can come forward, and then again, sign into the sheet there, and then please introduce yourself to council, and then speak directly into the mic, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Doug Stephen with Alcam Project Development. I am the applicant. We don't have a presentation, so to speak, but I wanted to make myself available for questions, and it sounds like there's lots of questions. So I'll leave that.
Okay, thank you for coming and asking questions. Members of council, so the application was submitted and it is part of our agenda package. Any questions of clarity or any questions that you may want to ask of the developer or the owner of the land? Okay, I'll start then. So in terms of the conversation that you heard this evening, in terms of the lot that's adjacent to the south of you, have you had conversations with that owner to, if this gets rezoned, to do a design together?
We have had conversation, and the owner is interested in looking at it down the road if the zoning does get approved, the change from R4 to R6.
Okay. Okay, members of council. Councilor Pletchko.
Thank you, Worship. And you said your name was Stephen? Doug. Sorry, I misunderstood that. Thanks for the clarity on that. Thanks for coming this evening, and thanks for being able to answer some questions. I'm just curious as why the need from the R4 to the R6 has happened, and what you see that being a benefit in the medium density world.
The reason is for a comprehensive site plan where we can have the units condominiumized, and each unit would have its own title, but the road system would be maintained and managed by the condominium association.
Okay, if I can expand a little bit on that. So what is the advantage for the separate road and the maintenance on that road opposed to just having it a standard subdivision like everything else? And who actually will look after that? Is there any talk with the town that the town may contract that road service back to us, or is that going to be strictly looked after by yourselves?
That would be looked after by the condominium association after it's been developed. Yeah, and the internal, the design of the road would be different than the design of the road for Stony Plain. It would be an internal design system.
I want to elaborate a tiny bit on that if I could. Is this subdivision anywhere geared towards adult living, or is this a subdivision that's going to be open to anybody that can afford to purchase a home within your area?
We are in the process of designing the floor plans, and we want to incorporate the floor plans where it will allow for elevators that will go from the main level, which is really the entry to the three-story unit. The main level has the garage in the entry area, which would have an elevator or the option for an elevator, and then it would go up to the second and third floor, second floor being the living area, kitchen and living and bathroom, and then the bedrooms in the third level.
Thank you for now.
Thank you. Did I hear you right? It's designed for elevators?
There would be an option for some of the units to have elevators, yes. So the idea is to take into account aging in place if that's an option, but that would only be added if the buyer wanted to have an elevator. But you could add it down the road if you chose.
Okay. Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you for being here this evening. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the developer, I'm just wanting to understand what you're really, this is a rare opportunity. We don't normally talk about this when we're redistricting. But because we've got this a higher density proposal and different ways of calculating and the extra parking that could be required there, I can understand why that might have some of the residents going, but what in the world kind of traffic? Are these really stacked, small footprint, but stacked townhomes? Small footprint, not big, but stacked. When you're talking about a garage with an entry and a potential staircase and/or elevator space, going to a living area, going to a bedroom area, that's 3 stories, correct?
That's correct. It's three levels, yes.
And where would a suite come into play on these?
There is no suite.
No suite.
That's probably, clearly parking is one of the biggest concerns that I can sense from all the questions. And what we've designed is a mix of, we'll just call it double garages and a mix of single garages. The single garage would be a 2-bedroom unit, and the double garage would be a 3-bedroom unit. And each of those garages would have a driveway as well. So for example, a double garage would have 4 parking stalls, and a single garage would have 2 parking stalls. So if you do the math, let's just base it on 60 units. It's somewhere in the range of 57 to 60 units. And you would require 126 parking stalls. The way we're going about it, we've allowed for 4 with the, depending on the mix you do, we've got 20 doubles and 40 singles. That equates to 167 stalls. That includes the 7 visitor stalls as well. The idea is to, in most of the cases, visitors would park in front of the unit that they're visiting. However, there still will be other parking available for guests, just in case that scenario didn't work out.
Thank you. More questions? Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Worship. Going back to the question from Councillor Palechko, he had asked if this was adult living, seniors living. You didn't exactly answer that, except for saying potential age in place. So are these going to be geared to adult living, or are these family units?
They're not geared one way or another. You have the option. You could be a family living in, let's say, a 3-bedroom, or for that matter, a 2-bedroom. But the opportunity within the design of the larger units will allow for the option to have an elevator, so that it could be, have elevator access for somebody who has mobility issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palechko?
Thank you for answering most of the questions tonight. It's interesting to be able to talk a bit outside of what we're trying to do, which is just really rezone something. So I greatly appreciate that your willingness to answer some of our questions. And I understand it's not in that phase yet, but it could change at any point in time, right. Which we understand as well. Once it becomes a medium density, it still stays medium density. The R4 to R6 is just allows you to build something. You talked. I just want to touch a bit on why you've asked for the R4 to the R6, can you talk a little bit about the market needs that has moved you to this direction, opposed to, being able to build a row house with a secondary suite in it? Where has that come from? And is that something that is an emerging market that you see within our town?
I would say the need is largely people want to have their own front door. I wouldn't necessarily say in this scenario that suites would apply. We don't want to have suites in this proposal that we're presenting. We don't want to have one resident living on top of the other, because that requires a different kind of design in terms of construction, fire separation, soundproofing, all that sort of stuff. We will have to have that on a side-by-side basis. However, when you have suites, you do complicate the design somewhat with regards to mechanical and heating systems, all that sort of stuff. So we're trying to keep the construction simple and meet the needs of what the general buyer is looking for. And I believe what they're looking for is their own door, their own garage, their own parking, and for visitor parking on their space as well. And the other thing that we've incorporated into this, the comprehensive design, is the ability to walk within the complex itself and to connect from the units to the trailway that currently exists right now. So you can walk around. There'll be sidewalks throughout the 60 units, and they would then connect to the trailway that currently exists. Whereas we heard earlier that if you did separate titles, and it could limit the access by having all backyards onto the trailway, so there would only be a limited number of units that would back onto the trail. We've incorporated where every unit has the ability to walk to the trail.
It's an interesting comment. When I think about what do we hear within our needs within our communities, it's a single-family home, smaller lot, that type of thing, and yet we're hearing today that there's a different need within our community, and I'm trying to understand where that need is coming from, because obviously if one developer is doing it, we're probably going to see it somewhere else along the way, something similar to this. So that's what I'm trying to understand this evening.
To expand on that in terms of, with this, I mentioned keeping the construction design as simple as possible. There's a couple ways to keep prices down with when you're building, and one of them is simple design, but keeping in mind architecture is very important. We still have to meet the architectural guidelines and all that sort of stuff, but the other is square footage. If you can minimize the square footage and still accommodate the number of bedrooms and living space, that benefits the buyer. And then it also goes further to add to our carbon footprint. A lot of the buyers are very conscious of that these days, and understandably so. And if I was to give any advice on if you want to cut your carbon footprint in half, build half. And I'm not suggesting that this is the case here where we're building half, but we're building efficiently and keeping the footprint to just what you need. And that's how we came up with, that's why we want the comprehensive site plan.
Thank you for that.
It helps us do that.
Have you built this someplace else?
No, I've done stacked before, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clarity, and just questions to the applicant? Okay. I do have a question for you. In terms of the request to rezone it to an R6, you mentioned a few times about aging in place and making sure that there's options for accessibility. I think I wrote down elevator if they like, but also in the R6 on the discretionary use is a long-term care facility. So is that an option for this development, is to build a long-term care facility there?
No, not at all. No, our population is aging, and the idea of the elevator is to offset the idea of a 3-story building versus a bungalow. So if you were to ask somebody that had mobility issues, they would probably say, I want a bungalow. But but the footprint that it covers and the size that you need doesn't make sense for us. And if you do a stacked with elevator, you can accommodate accessibility issues, but without question, there is no, aging in place facility.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. And then I have a follow-up question in terms of what you said earlier, was the fact that with an R6, you can, again, not have it street-oriented, but you can make it internal roads. I think you said was to economize the units.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you there.
You said you can economize the units?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So my question to you then is, I understand economizing the unit and having that property as a condo association. We have quite a few of those within our community as well. However, but does not that add to your additional costs for a condo association, as you would be responsible for all the internal infrastructure, the roads, the lights that are in that condo unit, and it will no longer be serviced and maintained by the town of Stony Plain?
Well, it goes a step further. To some degree, you're correct, but if you take it a step further and you split the maintenance cost over, let's say, all of the 60 units, the shared costs for snow removal, yard, lawn maintenance, so it'll be a maintenance-free project. And if you had individual lots, they'd each have to individually look after their units, and they'd have, if they wanted to have that maintained by somebody, they'd have to hire their own maintenance company, whereas with the condominium plan, it would be one company looking after everything: snow removal, lawn cutting, etc. Okay,
and that makes sense. Like, I've talked to many owners that are part of condominium associations and others that are not. I've been having a lot of meetings with condo associations because they want to revert back to the town. So after the second or third ownership change, the benefits is no longer there, and they're requesting how can they get back into the town schedule of maintaining their lawns, the streets and stuff. And after we have that conversation to figure out that because it was a condominium association, because it was a self-contained unit, a lot of the infrastructure projects, a lot of road designs with sidewalks and pathways were never created in there, therefore the town can never take it over, which then ongoing, it costs those owners more money. So can you address that, of how do you bridge that gap? Because if we're going to do that, and I've no, like, nothing against condominium associations.
I'm not understanding the gap you're referring to. Like, you're referencing another project having issues with the condominium association wanting to go back to the town managing the roads, for example, and
yes,
probably garbage removal, et cetera.
So once after the condominium is done, then when the properties are sold and resold, they're at market value.
That's right.
Right, but yet they have to pay the full taxes that everybody else does because we don't have one rate for residential. Mm-hmm. But they don't get any of the snow clearing, the maintenance of the roads, sidewalks, and everything else that's in there, which then not only are they paying taxes in there, they're also paying their homeowners association to do all that as well. And they also have to pay for the electricity for all the lights, the street lights that are there on the roads. So how do you address the affordability part there if that comes about?
I probably simply answered would be that the requirements to build the road infrastructure to meet the requirements of Stony Plain, the capital cost of that would exceed the cost of doing a condominium road system. Like, for example, the size, the width of the roads, those sorts of things, they all come into play. So you can offset the costs in the upfront costs.
Right, which I agree with you. The upfront costs will be less for the initial owners. But after we have the second and third resale, there's no more savings, it's market value.
Market value technically should take all of that into account. If you're buying a condominium plan based on the added costs that would be required to maintain, it should technically balance out what the purchase price would be based on what your operating costs are. So at the end of the day, I haven't done that analysis as to what the cost difference would be for the end user, but the purchase price would be technically, if you know your operating costs are going to be higher, then your purchase price would be lower. Just common sense would say that. But I hear what you're saying about some of the condominiums wanting to go back to the Stony Plain managing them, which would be very hard to do. Yeah.
Thank you for answering those questions. Okay, members of council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Go ahead, Councillor Hansford.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be careful how I word this, because it's not, it's not going to the heart of the matter, but I believe this will be the only time we have to ask this developer these questions. Is that correct? Because normally, if a development fits within the land use bylaw, we would never see the developer. They don't come to council anymore. We only see the redistricting, and then administration handles everything, correct?
That is correct, as
So
long as it fits our bylaws.
Okay, but because we're handling this in a bit different way, I get to ask a question. So as soon as I hear somebody say it's for aging in place, the catchphrases that make things seem more acceptable, I always want to know, how's that going to work? And so I love the idea that you suggested there would be an elevator, but I also love the question that Councillor Palechko asked, have you built this anywhere else before? So here's my question. I'm a realtor, by the way. I've sold some of these units, and so my question is this. You may have an elevator that takes you from the ground level, the garage entry, to the living area. How are people going to get to the bedroom level? Is that elevator shaft area going to extend to that bedroom level as well?
Yes, it would, yes. Yeah, it goes 3 levels.
3 levels, okay, that would answer.
Yeah.
But so it does make it more disability friendly, but it doesn't necessarily make it aging in place. Is that correct, or am I looking at that wrong?
I don't know what the definition of aging in place is. Can you be more specific on when you're saying aging in place?
Well, Mayor Choi hinted at that. He sits on our senior housing board.
Right.
Well, no, he didn't. He gave that up. Councillor Loyne sits on there. So the language is catchy, and it grabs our hearts, but it may not be accurate. So I'm just...
Can I explain a little bit further on that?
It might be helpful.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is create options, because everyone has different needs when they're buying, and if you are able and don't need an elevator, you're likely not going to put it in. You would use that space for storage or whatever the case may be. But if we design the units or some of the units to accommodate the potential of an elevator, it gives the buyer the choice that they could buy in a unit or a project that has 3-story units, as opposed to looking for bungalow projects, and there's not very many of those anymore.
Mm-hmm. That does make better sense, because it's not always seniors.
No.
People injure their knees from marathon running.
Exactly.
They get hurt in the military, they get hurt at work. They just don't like stairs. So there's lots of reasons people don't want stairs, but more 2-stories are being built, 3 stories, than bungalows, for the very reasons you stated. So thank you for that. I hope there were enough questions to slide me under the mayor's radar on that, because this is a public hearing.
Councillor
Thank
Palechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I think tonight we've gone way past our realm of what we're supposed to be asking a developer, which, it's always nice to hear what a developer is thinking and thinking outside the box. But you made a couple of comments a little bit ago, and I want to touch on that, and I'm not sure if this is a question to you or to administration, but if it's to administration, and it's the wrong place. I'll ask that in a little bit. You made mention to the cost associated to doing the road work within the development. So I have kind of a twofold question. Is the road work that's going to be built in there not to town standards? And what happens if the development goes broke and all of a sudden it's turned back over to the town and we have a road that we now have to bring up to town standards?
Is that my question, or?
Sorry, the question is directed to you, but I'm not sure if that's an administration question.
Honestly, I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Yeah, I think, so it really does not get turned over to the town. So as many projects we've seen in the community sometimes get set back, and then we go through the process of making sure that it's safe, and then it is rectified, and then it's charged back to the developer, which then is taken away from their line of credit that is secured there to make sure that all the stuff is corrected.
So can you just answer, is there a different standard for the type of development that he's building opposed to the standard that would be a town road standard? And
Okay.
how big a difference is that?
Okay, go ahead there, Brett.
Through your worship to Councillor Pleshko and all the council, there's been no specific discussion on the road standards here with this developer this time, but broadly speaking, when we get to an engineering drawing review phase and we're working with developers on their technical requirements, there's a distinction of what we expect from town-owned facilities. So if it is going to be a developer contributed asset, so in this case what we're talking about is a road that the town would ultimately take over, we would expect that the road is built to our standards, which are very clear. They're outlined in our municipal development standards. When there is discussion about private infrastructure and servicing parking lots, is one, or is the most common one. We will generally try and encourage, for lots of reasons, to go to our standard levels, but we do accept that there are decisions that are made with the developer on their private property that they may decide to go a different direction. We do review those in course with the developer and make suggestions, but ultimately the biggest part that we interface with is how it interacts with the stuff that the infrastructure that the town will be looking after over time. We do, our record keeping has gone a lot better over the years. So in the event, an event where, to say 30 years later, a private owner, whether it's a condo group or otherwise, approaches the town, and we can understand better what the implications are of taking that over and have those discussions at that time. With condos especially, the upfront expectation is that the condo developments and through their condo boards and local administration will look after their expenditures within their own communities. However, from time to time, I know they do approach council in the town to discuss a different arrangement later on, depending on how it's gone, and there's always circumstances to that. That's a very broad answer to the question. If I've missed something, please let me know.
Thank you. Okay, so we're definitely appreciate you asking the questions. Definitely, we're looking at the conversation of changing it from an R4. As council is aware, we can look at the standards that are listed, and those are the standards for everybody that does own an R4 lot within the town of Stony Plain, to an R6 lot. And again, it is actually in our agenda package, so you can look at the differences. Any more questions in terms of clear understanding and questions regarding the application? Okay. Just maybe one question before I let you go. My last question was through the R4 zoning to the R6 zoning. You mentioned that the R6 zoning will allow you to do more of a compressed development or a condomization of that. Can you not do that in an R4 development?
You can, but it changes the structure of the design of the buildings. And what we want to do is stay away from suites as opposed to smaller footprint townhouse 3-story units. So in terms of density, for example, if we touched on this earlier, where you could, and I haven't done the exact math on it, it depends on many factors, but let's just use the numbers that were talked about earlier. As an R4, you could get up to 33 row houses, and you could then have basement suites in each one of them, and not necessarily basement suites, it could be on the main level and 2 stories above, so there's many variations of that. But that would get us up to a 66-unit density. So it is possible to do it in a R4, but it doesn't flow as well in terms of just how the internal corridors work, in terms of green space, in terms of walkways between buildings, and then connection to the trailways. We find that it works nicer to do the comprehensive site plan, and it allows us to make for a more symmetrical design. Even taking into account where the current access is right now, it works well with 6 units versus 4 units. However, there's a million scenarios you could come up with in terms of site plans, but the ones that we have come up with, the 6-unit building works well on this site.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you allowing council to take the liberties of going a little bit far left field and right field in terms of a land use amendment, and I think it just goes to our good governance to make sure that we have some of the I's dotted and T's crossed. Members of council, any other questions regarding the R4 to R6 zoning change? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next is on the public hearing would be all those that are in favor of the proposal for the land use amendment. Administration, has anybody registered to speak in favor of the land use amendment?
Through your worship, no one has registered to speak in favor.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak in favor of the land use amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase of our public hearing with all those that are not in favor of the proposed land use amendment. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, 3 individuals have registered to speak this evening, and the first speaker will be Sherry Milne.
Okay, thank you much. And just all those people that have registered, there is a 5-minute time limit, but then there's lots of time for questions and answers after for clarity and understanding.
Good evening, Your Worship. Sorry. So I live in Genesis Lane, and I spoke before in the last one that we did to R6. So I kind of put my thoughts together and stuff and kind of bring forth, like, all the people in Genesis take pride. We work hard for our houses. I feel another R6. So 4 years ago, we voted against for an R6. Again, another one. It's going to decrease our value of our homes. We work hard. We have firefighters, teachers, people, business owners that work hard, want to come home to a quiet area. They don't want to come home to more infrastructure, more people going down our streets. Also, decreasing our property value. I feel it's going to be a huge one. The infrastructure also from West Era using the drive to go to the store is already increasing so much. Can't tell you how many times I've almost been hit in that corner with just that excess of traffic. Never mind now more people coming in. The other thing too is he mentioned condominium, row houses, single dwelling. I have no idea what it is. I'm so confused of if it's condominiums, if it's a row house, or if it's a single dwelling, because he mentioned all of those. And then the the last time it was in there, when I stayed for the reading of it, it felt like it was scripted. It felt like a decision was already made before you guys voted on it. Because when I stayed with one other person for the last R6, which is in the top left-hand side, it was scripted. And then when council said, I wish I could afford to live there, discriminated us that lived there. Because I was here and I heard this firsthand from the council at the time, and I took offense to it because we take pride in our stuff. I like a quiet area. My husband's ex-military. We need a quiet area. People set up fireworks. He's back in in Croatia. He's back in there when that happens. Because it's happened before in other areas. How are you going to prevent that from happening in our area when all of us residents take pride in where we live? We want a quiet resident. I know my entire almost street of neighbors, which doesn't happen in most communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Yes. I think, does council have any questions for clarity and understanding in the presentation? Okay. See then, administration, who is next?
Through your worship, the next registered speaker is Lynn Kayer.
Okay. Lynn? If you can push the, yes, thank you.
My name is Lynn Kaye, and I moved a year and a month ago in Stony Plain, coming from a southwest area, high-end area, which was Windermere and Keswick. And I owned a house in that area for 2 years. I had a brand new house. I was living in a beautiful area and quiet area. And suddenly we were invaded by small houses and apartment buildings, and the crime rate went from 0 to high pitch. There's even murder that happened not long time ago in Keswick, where we were living. And we decided to sell our house after a year and a half living there. And we moved in Stony Plain. And before to move in Stony Plain, we visited many areas, and we phoned the city to ask if there would be, which kind of zoning would be behind our houses and which kind of a thing would be built around. And they told us that it was zoned for single houses, and there was nothing that was coming like happen into Keswick. So we just lived there since a year, and we really enjoy that area. But already I can see that the traffic raised because there's new houses and areas developing around us. Even they had to put some cement dwelling on the road because the people were driving too fast on that area. So I can imagine if they build that kind of building around us, I mean, it will be total chaos. And I feel very sad that our area will be losing its value because we worked hard for what we own right now. And we chose this town because we wanted to be living quietly, peacefully, and safely. And I can see that a lot of changes are happening, and it's not what we were looking for. So I just want to see that right now I really enjoy living in this town, and I wish this town will stay the same. And I would appreciate if there would be other houses building around us, but I'm not sure it's the best thing to have those buildings starting to build, because it will ask for more stores, more like all kinds of restaurant. And the more there's density into an area, the more commercial things comes in. And I don't want this happen to this nice area that I'm living in. It's only a comment that I wanted to say, but I hope this will make everybody think about, on a long run, the side effect of those huge development that are starting to explode in every community. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Does council have any questions for clarity? Yeah, it's already written down.
It'll be for administration.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through to administration in reference to what we just heard. I'm just curious, when I look at the area structure plan for Genesis Lakes, particularly along Genesis Lakes Drive. Along Genesis Lakes Drive, we have a combination of R4, R5, R6, and R8. So essentially, medium density, comprehensive planned, and high density that exists all along Genesis Lakes Drive. Can administration advise how long ago it was that the area structure plan with that zoning was approved? How long has it been that this zoning has been in place and able to be constructed?
You know what, I think that's a good question, Councilor, but can we hold that off till when we do the conversation, because this was asked questions for the presenter, and I don't think the presenter can answer that.
Okay, I will leave that.
If you just hold that off?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions for clarity of the presenter? Okay. See now, can you, you said there's another, Councilor Pletchko?
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarity, you talked about phoning the town and being told it was single-family dwelling. But when I look at what's there, R4 allows for a multitude of things. Basically what we're talking about today, with the exception of the style that he's doing today. So we're not really changing anything, and I'm just wondering how long ago you phoned and who you might have talked to regarding that, because it's...
Last September, actually, September the 31st last year. And before to buy our house, we phoned the city to ask which kind of zoning would be behind Genesis Lane. And because it was a big park, so I asked the people, are they going to build a school? Are they going to build stores? Are they going to build, and then they told me it was previously zoned for house, how do you say that? Single family homes. And that's why we bought that house. We even asked to our builder the same questions before to buy the house. And they told us the same thing. And like I said, it doesn't take long to see an area becoming overpopulated, and I mean, in Keswick right now, it's every day the helicopter is going to check for drug dealers, for, like there was even a murder at the little gas station close to where we were living. And it's a brand new area. It's terrible. It's, it doesn't, I think people needs to feel safe when they go somewhere. And right now, if you build all kinds of multi-families, building like that, and townhouse and everything will go down the drain. We need to really rethink how cities are built, because you don't want to raise the level of crime in every area. If people would plan better the cities, there would be less crime. If it's better thought.
If I could just,
Yeah, appreciate it. I just want to ask administration, if you can pull up the map, please, page 223, or page 224. And then I'll let Councillor Fletch go ahead with his comment.
Your worship, just a point. I believe the resident may wish to come back to the microphone if the dialogue is going to continue, just to allow anybody watching on YouTube will be able to hear.
Okay. Yes, Lynn, please. Just so that we can capture what you're saying. Okay, so I think Councillor Pletchko was asking the question because what we're talking about is the R4 site that is hashed out right now with black to an R6. It's been zoned medium density since the beginning. So we're not changing the zoning. It's still going to be medium density. It's just changing the type of housing that can go in there. So that area was never zoned for single family, so I'm not too sure who told you that was for single family.
They told me that behind Genesis Lane, there's a big field,
Okay.
and it was supposed to be zoned for futures house,
Okay.
single houses.
Yeah, so on Genesis, behind Genesis Lane, as you can see, it's still yellowed out, so that has been zoned for single family. So it would be R2 or R1. So we're not changing that. So this public hearing is not to change that area. It's to change the area that's already zoned medium density.
But right now, it seems to me that the way I understood, there will be a lot of people moving into those houses because there will be like, townhouses and very close to each other. And the density of people will be quite high in that area. And like I was saying, on Genesis Boulevard,
is R1 or R2, right here.
yeah,
Right behind it is this yellow zone, which is still low density, which when I pull up our town maps is R1. We are talking about right here,
yes.
which is going to, essentially, they're asking for R4 to R6, which isn't changing the density, it's changing the housing style. And this backs onto Genesis Lakes Drive, not Genesis Lane. So if you called on Genesis Lane, they weren't incorrect when they said it's low density. Because Genesis Lane is right here as low density. We are talking about Genesis Lake Drive.
There's two streets that comes into our area, Genesis Lake Boulevard and Genesis Lake Drive. I mean, all that corner will be full of cars constantly, plus the rest of the people living into our area. So, and then you have to go across the street because there's also Genesis Villas that are already there that has high density. So, I mean, imagine it will need to
This is medium density
accommodate
as
more
well.
people. I mean,
Okay.
the zone red and brown will have to be built somewhere else too, because, I mean, it won't accommodate all that people.
Yeah, so I appreciate your comments, and you're correct, so our staff is right. So right behind your house is zone R1, and we're not talking about that, and right now it's still zoned R1. And what we're talking about is a little bit further down on the other side, which is medium density, and we're still looking at a medium density destination. It's just a different type of housing.
I don't know, I'm just afraid that this will spread
Okay.
all over, so.
No, I appreciate it, and definitely if somebody wants to change that R1 to something else, that's a different conversation. This is, again, for the R4 to the R6. Okay. Councilor Pletchko, I think that's what you wanted to pull up.
Joy, that's where I was headed, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? And I think we just kind of clarified it because I thought when you said our staff told you that it was single family. Now we understand what they were talking about. You were further down the road and behind you is still zoned R1, so we're not changing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? No. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Administration, you said you had a third person that was registered? Go ahead.
Through your worship, the third person registered is Mitchell Ouellette.
Good evening, sir. Yeah, and again, just push the button so the light comes on, and you can go ahead when you're ready.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and Councillor. Well, first of all, this drawing here is misleading because this other lot to the south is R6 and right now is not as a R6. Am I right or not? It's R4, not R6, correct? So,
No, the lot to the south of this is already R6.
well, I don't think it is. I don't believe in your drawings of the city it's a R6. So I'd like you to make sure that it is a R6 or not, because if it's a R6, that means there's another 50 unit that goes in there, according to the developer that just said that his co-partner is ready to put another so many unit in there. So if that's the case, we're going 77 unit plus at least 50 in the south area, correct? So here, the math is changing. So again, all the people here, which we live in Genesee Lake area, we didn't bought row house area. And if this is what you're gonna offer us with the amount of tax that we pay in this town, well, I think this is not acceptable. And as mayor, deputy mayor, and councillor, you need to really think of a jewel that you have in your town. These places, you don't see them all over the place. We did a lot of homework to come in your area, and all of a sudden, in front of Sorrentino, they cut the road in half. In the back of our house, I mean, it's a mess. They have truck going there all day long from Westera and wherever, dumping in this area. I would like your committee to come have a look what kind of a mess. It's a dumping ground that they're using in the back of our area. They're going through the whole area every day with trucks. I mean, we have kids, we have elderly people that walks these trail and everything. I mean, you have a jewel here. So please think about it, because here all of a sudden, you're gonna turn this area into a row house area. And I don't believe this is what you want, because when you talk about Stony Plain and you talk about Genesee Lake, I mean, it's a really nice place to have as a town. And this is why all these people are here, because we all think the same. We are lucky, we're lucky to have a place like that. We like people to come and walk around and everything with their kids and everybody, but you're gonna make a mistake if you go this way. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted to say thank you for your comments, but I just want to clarify that the lot to the south is already zoned R6.
I don't believe it is.
Yes.
I think you just put it here as,
Okay, you can go onto the town's website and you can Google the maps, and it does show R6, and it shows this is R4. Across the street where Genesee Villas is, it shows that it is R5. So I'm not too sure where you got that map that shows it's not, but maybe our administration can show you.
so you're talking about at least another 50 unit there. So how many unit that's gonna do?
It's a maximum,
Some unit.
that lot based on our current land use bylaw would have a maximum of 46 lots, so similar to how the lot we're discussing today has a maximum of 77. The adjacent lot to the south that is already zoned R6 would have a maximum of 46 lots allowable on it based on the math.
So 46 plus 77.
Maximum.
Maximum.
Yes.
Okay, so, and I just
Lot
want
of
to,
traffic,
so I just want to
yeah.
be clear. So we do have our land use planning bylaw of what we allow in R4 versus R6. In R4, we're allowed,
Well, in R4, you allow duplex,
no,
basically.
you're
That's
actually,
kinda-
no.
Then in R5, you have the townhouse like you have in, across the street. And then in your R6, you're going to have 6 units, one beside each other, like they have, well, I mean, on this drawing here, right? So that's what they propose.
Yes, so an R4
Yeah.
allows for a maximum row house of 4 units.
Yeah, 4 units.
So it already allows row housing.
Yeah.
R6 also allows for row housing, but allows 6 units instead of 4. So based on, I don't know when you bought your house or not, if you were at the beginning, these areas were already zoned that from the beginning. So in this R4 unit that we're talking about, it was already allowed 4-unit row housing. The lot that's the south of it, which is zoned R6, is allowed 6-unit row housing. So that's the difference we're talking about here. So we're not changing the density, we're just changing the type of houses that can be on there. Okay.
Anyway.
Anybody else have any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. In terms of, you mentioned earlier about trucks going there and dumping on the vacant lot. So we have a community standards bylaw that will deal with that. Can you send us an email of what lot that is and where it is? Because then our staff will review that.
Right
If-
at the end of Genesis Lane. It's all open, that whole field there. They're using that as dumping ground. And they have any dirt that they dig basement and whatever in West Terra and all over the place. Well, those truckers, they come right across the whole subdivision and they dump there. And I told those drivers many times to slow down because they go like crazy. They were there like a few days ago, last week. They probably did minimum 40 to 50 load each, those truckers. Like they went all day long across the subdivision. So, and you can ask anybody that lives around there how many trucks that goes through there all day long.
Okay, thank you.
And you can see by the load that they have there, even before the garbage truck used to turn there, and now they go and they dump all the concrete from the concrete truck. They dump it right there, right in the middle, and that garbage truck can't even turn there anymore because of all these pile of concrete that they dump there all over the place in that open area.
Okay.
So that's just the beginning of what we're going to see here.
That's good. So thank you for that. So administration, if you can just mark that down to make sure that things are just, kosher with our community standards bylaw. And then if there's not, there is a process that we go through to make sure that it is.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity? Okay. Thank you. Administration, has anybody else registered to speak?
Through your worship, there's nobody else registered to speak.
Thank you. Seeing that nobody else is registered to speak, does anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on matters opposed to the proposed bylaw changes? Okay, please sit down. Since you did not register earlier, if you can just sign in your name and just introduce yourself, please. And then if you have anything else new to add to the conversation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I would like to just bring up a few.
Please introduce yourself first.
Oh, sorry. My name is Debbie Mandy. I live in Genesis Villas, right across from the proposed development. And my concern was, I know that you have your ways that you have to advertise and let us know. But it was not until people saw the posting of the board that you showed here, it never really gave a full picture of really what's happening. So we understood going from R4 to R6, and that's appreciated. But we were fortunate to have someone post some stuff on our mailboxes that obviously has a bit of information, so that gave us sort of more questions. Let's ask some questions here. So we called the town, and I talked to planning quite extensively, and I was very grateful to get an email with links to the 23-page application and everything like that. So a few of us concerned citizens, residents, got together, kind of wrote a letter. Many of you have that in front of you. Many people chose to want to say the same thing, so they put their name and signature and address on it. So my concerns that are in the letter written, one of them that we haven't really talked about was just the character of our neighborhood, the character of Genesis on the lakes, which is designed, you know, more upscales, larger homes, more tranquility. For instance, when I was relocating from BC, I came here to look in February. I looked in Stony, I looked in Spruce, I looked at Genesis. The reason why I bought and moved in there April 1st is because of the current scheme that is there. I was actually told by realtors that there is no plans for a condominium or homeowner association. They're not allowed, is what I was told. So I was bought on the pretense that, no, there's never going to be a condominium dwelling here. So that's on me. So, but I just wanted to get that out there. The other thing that's been really brought up is the traffic. So, and the parking. I know that the presenter, Doug Stevens, has stated that there's going to be for a 3-bedroom home, there will be double garages, and that'll make it 4 spots. For a 2-bedroom home, it'll make it 2 spots. We all know that when there's 2 spots, that's taken up with 2 cars. Let's say, who knows how many of those are going to be in the actual complex of 57 units. There is no parking for those visitors that are coming to each of those units. They are going on the street, and you've mentioned that, but they are all going to be going down Genesis Lake Drive, Genesis Lake Boulevard. And as stated in the letter that was presented to you multiple times over, that's going to be a huge gridlock. I mean, many have stated there's already such traffic because these are the only exits and entrances into Genesis Lake at this time. So my main question is, are we getting more roads into that area? Because right now, it's gridlock if something like this goes in. It's also going to affect Genesis Villa greatly, which we already have a lot of curbside parking happening. So they're going to overflow into that area. We are probably going to have to knock on windows and doors to say, could you please move your car from my driveway? Because they're going to load up Genesis Villas with their visitor parking, because there is none scheduled. 7 units for 57 complexes. If you figure that if there's, let's say they're all families that move in there, that's 300 people. There's going to be more cars than 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. They're going to park on the road. That's going to be their permanent parking spot. And that brings up the visibility for Genesis Villas. We're trying to get out of our places, and Genesis Wind and Crescent, well, they're not so much up that way, but mainly Genesis Villas. We've lost our visibility. And is there a study going to be done that we've just lost our visibility? Especially exiting. If it's lined now with cars, that's cause for concern. The other thing, mentioning that R4 will allow for, condominium, perhaps strata. Stratas have their bylaws and their rules and everything, and they can be changed based on the voting and the scale of the voting of that association. So at any point, they could say, it's age restricted, or it's, let's say, we allow renters now where we didn't before. And so let's say all of those kind of become renters. Well, I have nothing against renters. I rented a lot of my life, but I took pride in my place. And we do see a lot, and I know this is sounding judgmental, and I really don't mean to be, but sometimes rentals can get really run down. And as stated, Genesis on the Lake, people really take pride. They worked hard all their life. Their savings have gone into that property, like you all. You all work hard for your life and your property. But this area, it has a specific scheme, and it always has had. And yes, R4 and R6 and R5 were there from the beginning. But R5, I would have to really get you to reiterate me the differences again, whether R5 would allow more density housing, but what they put in there, I think, was in keeping with the neighborhood, and it's pleasant, and it's Main Street. It's not one entrance into a private lot. And if you look at Genesis Villas, you look at where the north road is coming out, that's almost converging with the current existing onboard thing. You can see it, it's sort of there, the sidewalk allows. And you can sort of see how they could stick from the fence of a private property there all the way to that current inbound road that's going. It's going into a field right now, but I foresee it being used as the entrance to this property. And that's a complete gridlock and mayhem right at that area. There isn't any way out, in and out of Genesis Lake except now going through what could potentially be 107 units or more. There's 150 plus homes in Genesis right now. This could be 107 on that little space of land. It just seems like it's too much. And there's no parking. Let's just be real, there's no parking. And the congestion, and the fact that they will, if it's multifamily, you're gonna have teenagers, they're gonna have lots of kids. Where are they gonna play? There's one park in Genesis, and it's up at the west end, I guess Genesis Lane area where they're dumping. There's a little wee apparatus park there, very tiny. You could potentially add 57 more families with 2 to 3 kids. I'm sorry, but trails are not going to entertainment. And from what I've heard from planning, the parks have been maxed out in Genesis. There's no more. But if that's not true, please advise me, because I think there needs to be something more put in place rather for kids to do something in the neighborhood. And teenagers, I mean, they get bored? So maybe we're going to get a whole lot of graffiti on all of the fences everywhere. I'm not saying we are, but teenagers got to have something to do. And if that's multi-family in there, what are they going to do? Yes, sure, they're going to sit and play video games in their basement. That's wonderful. But they're also going to want to do something. The other thing is, I live in Genesis, on the Genesis Villas. I have a dog. I walk everywhere. It doesn't really bug me that I have to walk around that corner to get up to that path. Do I need an access to go to that path? No, I don't. I'm happy to walk down Genesis Lake Drive to Genesis Lake Boulevard and up to that path. It takes me 1 minute. Do I need to have a lot of accesses going into that path? Take down the fence that's already there or whatever? No, I don't think that's necessary. We all walk. We enjoy it to walk. So the rationale of having a structure that R6 that it can now break onto that path, I think it's hideous. I think it would look ugly. I think it looks nice the way it is. I think it's nicer to have backyards going onto that path like it is on Genesis Lake Boulevard. They all back onto that path. It's pleasant. It's why we bought. Anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you for your comments and presentation. Just a couple things to clarify. You said you didn't think that there'd be a condo association there because it's going to be R6. To be fair, every residential development can be a condo. So you can have an R1 subdivision that has single-family lots be a condominium association, and R2, R4. So that has nothing to do with this. In terms of traffic, so when Genesis area structure plan came to council, there was a traffic impact statement done with the current densities that are been approved. So having medium density
So 3
there.
to 4.
So those have already been approved. That's why there is a high-density lot there. That's why there's a commercial lot there. And that's why there is 4 medium-density lots there, and the rest are single-family ones. So that was already taken care of. You asked what's the difference between an R5 and versus the R6. Just a few different things. So in the R5 where you're living, the maximum is 6 row house units. So if the developer wanted to build, they could build the exact same product that this developer wants to do in Genesis Villas, because it's allowed in the R6 and the R5.
And I
The
think
R4
that's-
is not allowed. The maximum is only 4 units, but with the R4, they can put a basement suite under there, therefore making it an 8 unit versus a 6.
Right.
So those are the differences, and that's on our website. And those are the approved land use bylaw that we have approved as a town. So whoever has those lot designations can build up to those standards.
I just want to add one little side note about developers and how they build, and the developer of R5 and how they built. I think it makes a big difference when that developer lives in Genesis on the Lake. They have a lot more consideration for how to build and what the scheme of the land is, because they appreciate where they live too. You've got an outside developer who's not going to face it. The developers that have put in Genesis on the Genesis Villas, they live there, they see it every day. And it's just a side note. It's not, it's not to win my argument or anything. It's just an observation that when a developer lives in the area, they take care to build what pleases and what is the scheme within the already developed area. And as far as the trucks, I did stop one of them too, racing down the road. I said, can you just tell me where you're coming from? They were coming from 57th Avenue. They're digging basements there right now. They're filling up all the trucks and they're bringing them down. That's what the truck driver told me. I can't verify that. But he did say, I'm coming from 57th.
Okay. And yes, we'll definitely, our staff will look into that, because we do have a community standards bylaw in terms of where they're dumping and if they've been, how it looks and the cleanliness of that. But yeah, so those are the differences, and I think you mentioned, what else? And then I would say it is always nice to have members of the community live in the community that they're working in. But I also had many developers that were developing in Genesis Villas where you lived. They were upset with me because we would not allow them to have secondary suites in the R5. And my reasoning is when we approved it, we knew that because they can do 6 row housings versus 4, that's why we didn't allow secondary suites or basement suites in there. And that developer was upset with me. So we have it from both ends, where we try to balance what you can do and what you can't do. And that's why land use bylaws are fairly flat, and this is what you're allowed to do and not. So the difference between R4 and R6 here, again, they're both medium density. The difference is in the R4 is they can maximum of 4 row housings, but they can put basement suites under there. Secondary suites. So it can be up or down, so you can have a maximum of 8. So that's what we have to do as a council, is to weigh in the differences of how many lots can go in there based on those calculations. Okay, and I think that was all the questions that you had that.
Just the one
I got.
about children, and does anybody have anything to say about how that could look, or is it even relevant? Or
Yeah, 100%. Like, we make sure that there is safety there. Go ahead.
Thank you. And actually, I take the comments you made in regards to the available park space and things like that. And I do have a question for our administration later around that, because I do see other potential areas within Genesis itself. One of the interesting things that I did is, as we were looking at the various maps, Google has a great feature where it can show you the walking distances. And for instance, I did the walking distance from Genesis Villas. And so from inside the road on Genesis Drive, not right from a corner or anything like that. And actually, surprisingly, I found it was closer. It was a 7-minute walk to the West Era Outdoor rink and the West Terra play structure versus the 11-minute walk to a much smaller play structure without any type of additional amenities like the outdoor rink and things like that. So, obviously that comes with the crossing of 779. I know right now there are LED flasher lights at the crossing there for the safety aspect of it. But I do believe that there are other opportunities for more expanded, like play structures, things like that. And I'm curious as to what administration is going to be able to tell me later on.
And would the development consider putting play apparatuses within the private building of his lot? Like, will he consider that there could be potentially a lot of families here? And are you going to accommodate children in your design?
Yeah, so that would not be a requirement, very similar to the R8 site that's directly north of where you are.
Right.
So there will be not that. But in terms of addressing your question about kids and safety, 100%. Council is definitely looking at the safety needs of our pedestrians and walkability within our community. Hence, that is why we have those bump ups throughout the community as we continue to mature and grow as a community, is to allow that the kids and the seniors don't have to cross so much roadway so that it is safer for them. And that's why you'll see those throughout the community as we continue to shift and grow. You'll see more and more of those to protect the safety of the children and the seniors in our community.
Okay.
Okay. I think any more questions for clarity? No. Thank you for sharing your comments. Appreciate them. Okay. Thank you. We had quite a few comments and points to cover. Does anybody have anything new to add to the conversation? Please. Yeah. Please go ahead. And again, there's a sign-up sheet there, and if you can introduce yourself. And those are low chairs, so I apologize.
Me out of it. Council, couple of things that I'm not going to sit here and argue with emotion here, because if I did, I'd have to reiterate a pile of stuff here. But I will almost bet that none of you or these folks over here live up in Genesis. I live on Genesis Lake Boulevard. And this summer, I'll just give you an idea, which is the next road over, which is not on the key access route into Genesis. This summer, probably 40 or 50 times, cars parked on both sides. If there was a car coming, you couldn't get out because you cannot pass with two vehicles, even on Genesis Lake Boulevard. My question is, what happens when a fire truck needs to come up there? Now, you transport that over to Genesis Lake Drive, and which we know that there's going to be a huge spill out of parking out on that road. These gentlemen here alluded to the fact that there will be street access parking. Does that mean there's going to be street access parking on Genesis Lake Drive? And I suspect that there is, because there's sidewalks going from there up to the buildings, to the front steps of that design that I've seen. So that automatically means that most people that are coming to visit are going to park out on Genesis Lake Drive. That's inevitable. Now, based on what they say, we can't argue with what the design is or what the building codes say. I'm not going to sit here and argue that fact. But the reality, that's what's going to happen. That's real reality. And then the spillover from the villas across there, that will be just totally blocked off. Never mind the fact that the town is already squeezed and bottlenecked for a safety reason up on the north end of Genesis Lake Drive. I think there's more problems there than what really show. Number one, fire, ambulance, all that kind of stuff coming in there. And I guess my question to the town is, if there is no parking allowed along there, is the town going to put a 24-hour, 365-day parking ban along there? And I think that will have to be required, or otherwise you're probably going to, at some point, have an infringement with your ambulances, fire trucks, and medics, whatever else is going in there. I'll give you a point in fact. There was a group home approved across the street from ours this past summer, and it's really interesting. 3 to 4 cars park on the street every day across from my house, and the pad's wide open, and the kids have got their basketball courts, and they play out on there. I can't imagine what's going to happen in these R4s or R5s or R6s in there when that is going to happen. And it's inevitable. You have to ask the question. I think you have to minimize what the design and intent was originally. And you're pushing it up one step farther. And I think that the secondary suites should be limited as well. I mean, there's just not room along there unless you bring in another access point into there. Either you got to have to take off from Boulder Boulevard where it goes up on the end, you're going to have to take it out to 628. And I don't think the town has a budget for that. There's not enough access and egress into there with the amount of building. I think there's 14 or 15 houses being built in there now. Never mind what's going to happen in the next year or two. Once that place is full, it'll be a zoo for traffic and accessibility, and the biggest concern, safety. So that's all I have for you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments and presentation. Does any members of council have any questions for clarity and understanding? No. I think there was one comment regarding road design and access. Can administration comment just on the road width of Genesis Lake Boulevard and Genesis Lake Drive in terms of local collector arterial roads and what size and width they are, please?
Your Worship, we're just pulling it up right now.
But that came out of the presentation, so you can provide it a little later if you like.
Next time I have to go in there and pull over to the side, I'll take a picture for you and send it to you.
12 meter.
Oh. Okay.
Your Worship, pardon me. 11.8 meters is the width of the road. So approximately 12. So that would accommodate 2 drive lanes and 2 parking lanes on a parking lane on each side.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions of clarity? Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak in opposition? Please do. And anything new to add to the conversation, please? If you can sign in and just introduce yourself to council, please. Yes.
Hi, Council. Thank you. My name is Fred Kitchton. I live in Genesis Lake. I think as Ron was bang on as far as the traffic goes, I'm not sure what the town is. I haven't looked at the traffic impact plan, but they can be mistaken too. But the big thing I think needs to happen, there's a benefit for the developer because he's already bought the land to go from R4 to R6. Having said that, maybe he might, to certain concessions, he might want to give up 4 or 5 meters on there for parking because they will be parking on the street, and you may want to consider that along the whole length at that point because they're going to park there regardless. So maybe there's a benefit somewhat for parking if there's some concessions back and forth, possibly maybe a little bit with a park. It's advantageous for him to go vertical stack versus horizontal. And he knows it, and that's just the way it is. So I would take my chances on R4 and see what he comes up with on a design. But if we went R6 and there were some concessions, I think development's inevitable at its medium density. So that's really my comment. If the town could really look at that lane and widen it, and I think for him to give up 4 or 5 meters is not the end of the world. And that's all I got.
Okay, okay, thank you for your comments. Any questions for clarity? Thank you. Is anyone else in the chambers like to add to the conversation? Anything new to add? Sure, please, if you can just, again, just sign your name onto the sheet, and then just introduce yourself to council and go ahead and start.
My name is James Schultz. I live in Genesis, and I just wanted some clarification from administration. You indicated, unless I heard you incorrectly, that when the land use bylaw changed or came into effect, that you zoned those zones in Genesis based on what the developer proposed that they be used for. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to everyone here. I think how I indicated it was that based upon the neighborhood plan that was approved by council as a medium district area, as that area was shown as medium density, the district was applied around the same time. I have done a little bit of research. As of 2007, it was a medium density district. So that districting has been in place since 2007. And subsequent to then, it's changed in 2009, 2015, just to different iterations of that. Some of those were, the zoning itself was changed. Originally, all 3 of the different R4, R5, and R6 sites that we're talking about here, broadly speaking, up until 2015, they were actually the same zone. So it was only in 2015 that we actually differentiated the R4, 5, and 6 from one single medium density zone that existed prior to that. So just some information.
Okay, and then since then, you've already changed an R4 to an R6 elsewhere within Genesis?
I don't believe anything since 2015 has been changed in this area. There was an area that was a low density that got changed to a medium density that's northwest of this area, but that's, I'll say, west of the playground for reference, which different part of the neighborhood. But that went away, that went ahead with a new amendment to the area structure plan that changed the zoning, the neighborhood plan at that point in time, as opposed to this one where the neighborhood plan is not being changed. It's just the type of medium density zone that's being changed.
I understand that. Okay, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the question. And I think that's good for members of council to be aware of in terms of our land use bylaw. So when we had our land use bylaw prior to the changes, they actually allowed more than what they allow now, because they're more, just everything was in there. And as we continue to grow as a community, we figured that it's good to separate the different zoning. That's why there is like the R1, R2, R3, R4, which are single-family residential, and then R5, R4, R5, R6, which is medium, and then R7, which is kind of medium as well, but they can do different things than the R8. Before, we only had those couple of zonings, which allowed you to build way different homes in those areas. So to keep with the, as people mentioned, the plan of the subdivision and how we wanted to see like Genesis or West Terra and all those other subdivisions built out, we actually added more residential types in each zone so that we can have those conversations. So instead of having one that encompasses everything, we split them up so that we can actually have more pinpointed development in our community. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that has anything to add to the conversation? Anybody that's opposed, please. So please sign in there, and then when the red light goes on, you can speak.
I just have some questions. What is the landmass that Genesis Villas is built on? How big is that piece of property?
Okay, can you just please introduce yourself first so we can have it in the records?
Oh, I'm Kelly McClay, Genesis Villas.
Go ahead.
As a standard quarter section, Genesis would be 65 hectares of land.
No, but I'm saying Genesis Villas, the townhouses across?
Okay, so that's, so it is an R5, so what's the maximum units that could have been on that property? And then what is the actual build-out of that property?
Yeah, and what the land mass is.
100%,
How many
thank you.
hectares?
I think that gives us the conversation, because we'll talk about maximum versus what's actually built.
Your worship and all of council and members of the community, we're just looking up the number right now, so we just need a moment.
Councilor Pletchko.
Can I have for clarity the resident's name, please?
Kelly McClay, yes.
Your worship, we do have a number, approximately 1.77 hectares.
And there's how many units on it? Is there about 40?
So 1.77, under R5 zoning, what is the maximum number of units? And then what is the current number of units as the full build-out is there?
Pardon us, your worship, we just have to add up the numbers real quick. Your worship, all council, and all members of the community, it's 46. 46. 46 units are on the 1.77 hectare.
So under R5 zoning, that's the maximum number of units? So what we're trying to understand here, because we're talking about maximums and what is actually being built. So with 1.77 hectares for that R5 for Genesis Villa, if that was not a developed subdivision yet, or designed out, what is the maximum number? So based on the number of units per hectare is what's maximum?
Through your worship to all of council. The challenge with this exercise is that we do have the public roads that have already been taken out of here. The way that area has been built out is according to old land use bylaw with regulations. Those have changed since then. So what could be possible now is not necessarily what has been built. Again, at the time, all I can indicate is that including the road right-of-way that was the public road right-of-way that was created as part of both Phase 1 and Phase 2, the entire area, including that road right-of-way, is the 1.77 for the 46 units.
Okay, I understand that.
And sorry.
But the thing is, they haven't answered the question where we're talking about if this was an R5, R5 allows for row housing. In today, so if this wasn't developed yet, if Genesis Villas was not developed and it's zone R5, what is the max? Don't look at the road right away right now. Size of the lot, based on our requirements, what is the maximum number if this was brand new lot? So we're trying to compare apples to apples here because we're talking about a lot of things, and I think Kelly wants to, okay, how many can we build? How many was built? You know, and we're talking about if this was changes to R6, 77 can be built, but not 77 is going to be built, and the R6 below that, you know. So we're trying to figure that out.
Through your worship, all of council, the challenge with this is we would take some time, we would need some time to do some additional calculations to find out what's the developable road widths, and then multiply that by the minimums here. Like the information we have on the lot that we're talking about today, we were able to do because we took 15, 20 minutes to do those calculations and determine all of those. It would take administration some time right now to do those if we wanted to get that information.
Okay, so I'll make my best guess, because the Genesis Village is fairly similar size to this R4 lot that's getting zoned. So if they can, as an R6, get in about 77 units maximum, I would guess it's probably the same on the other side.
Yeah.
It's just generalities, not 100%, but look at the size, roughly about the same.
Right. I'm just trying to envision it, because when I walk out my door, right now, of course, I can see the sky. If you're going to put 3-story buildings there, I'm not going to see much sky. If you did duplexes with a basement suite in the ground, I'm going to see more sky, right?
Okay, so...
Because duplexes, I don't think, go 3 stories, do they?
Okay, so I'll again, this is one of the things that people have the kind of misconception. So we talk about development heights.
Mm-hmm.
So the height for the R4, R5, R6 are all the same.
All the same?
Yeah.
39.8
So if somebody beside you wants to put I think it's 12 meters, they can put a house beside you that's 12 meters, because that's allowed.
Mm-hmm. But how many duplexes are that tall?
As many as, yeah, that's if that's what they want to build, that's the maximum height.
Right.
So.
I just don't think those tall, skinny, and yet when they say about the parking, if there's a car in the garage and then they have to park behind that, they're not going to want to park behind it. They're going to park on the street, because it's a pain in the arse when somebody's got to take the vehicle that's in the garage, they got to move the one that's on the driveway in order to get the one out of the garage, right? They'll park on the street, guaranteed.
Okay. So thank you for that. Appreciate those comments and asking that question again. So that's the best guess that we can give you.
I'm just trying to envision what it's going to be like, because I look around in the villas, and that's a decent neighborhood. It's not bad. We have a little bit of space every now and then, right?
Yeah.
There is some green space.
Okay.
Those 6 in a row, there's no green space. There's no space.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then just for members of council and those that are listening to the gallery and through our live stream, an R4, R5, and R6, the maximum height development is 12 meters for all 3 medium density zones. So nobody's going to build any, so the maximum is 12 meters.
Mm-hmm. But when I see those 3-story things in Spruce Grove, compared to the single-family houses next to them, they're taller, right? I mean, that stands to reason. You got an extra floor.
Yeah. Yes, and then so I've just kind of flipped through our bylaws. So our single-family R1, 2, and 3, maximum height is also 12 meters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all the same building height for everyone.
But a 2-story is...
Any questions for clarity? No. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Okay, is anyone else in the chambers like to add to this conversation that is against the proposed bylaw change? Anything new to add? Okay. Seeing there's no others, we'll move on to the next phase of the public hearing. So all those that have a general comment for the proposed bylaw. Administration, has anybody registered to speak on this part?
Through your worship, no one has registered for this portion.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak a general comment or ask a question regarding this development? Okay. Seeing none, administration. Let's go ahead, Sherry.
Sorry, Sherry Milne still. I just have a question, sorry, Your Worship, in regards to the infrastructure. They said that nothing had changed, where in 2020, there was an R6 that was in Genesis on the lake. It was changed to an R6, but you had stated that there was nothing had changed since 2015.
Administration.
Through your worship to all council. I was specifically referring to all of the lots that are off of Genesis Lake Drive. Nothing has changed in terms of those since that time. The one that we were talking about is one that bounds Genesis Lake Boulevard or Genesis Lane. It's the site to the north that I was referring to that had changed. All of the ones, the property we're talking about now, Genesis Villas, and the property to the south of the one we're talking about now, none of those have changed since 2015.
Okay, so when I was asking about it, because I have like one of the original ones and it doesn't actually state, one of my pictures I have in here, it's somewhere, I'm sorry. It doesn't state whether they're R5, R6, and we moved in over 10 years ago and it doesn't state any of that on ours. It just has block plan and everything. So I'm just like, the reason I'm asking is because when it was mentioned in Genesis Lake, not on the specific drive. So I'm just trying to clarify that maybe it was unworded properly, but it was, the whole area was mentioned and not just specific lane or the street was mentioned.
Your worship, to the general public here, typically if you see block plan law, you wouldn't see zoning information on there. They're typically two different types of maps. One's going to be a legal plan, whereas one's going to be a zoning map. The zoning map prior to 2015 showed all three of those lots are four in the same.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I just have one more question in regards to I asked before, nothing was mentioned. Has your decision already been made, or are you guys having to make it? Because the last time this happened in our area, it was made before you guys had done it. The way it was worded after, it was never addressed or anything. When I listened to you guys give it last time, it was a speech. And anyone knows, listening to people, it was a canter of the way people are talking. It sounded like it was script. So I'm asking you, have you made your decision already before we even spoke today?
I would say no, council does not do that. That's why we have the public hearings, and I write all my notes down. So I will try to address most of the comments that was brought up. That's why I've asked questions for clarity, and then I make my choice based on what I've heard, what the density difference is, and how that affects our community. Okay. Is there anyone, James, that have this general comment to provide to this public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, does the applicant would like to have closing remarks? Okay, thank you. Seeing that the applicant does not want to have closing remarks, administration, have we followed the process to meet the requirements of the MGA?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So then I will declare that the public hearing for the land use amendment bylaw 2698/LUO/24 being closed. Now, with all three public hearings are closed, council will not be able to receive any further commentary or written submissions on this, and we'll be debating this a little bit later under item number 8.1. Okay, with that is closed. Let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back, and we'll continue with our agenda item number 6. Okay. Okay, members of council, administration, let's get back to our agenda. Okay, moving on to agenda number 6, which is the regular council meeting minutes of October 15th. That page would be 252. Councilor Lori with a motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council approve the October 15th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, you had the agenda. It was part of the package. Any questions, comments, errors, or omissions on the October 15th RCM minutes? Okay, I do not see any either, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on to item number 7 is council boards and committee minutes. It is the Town of Stony Plain Public Library, September 18th. Councilor Fletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council received the council board and committee minutes for information.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any questions or comments to the board representative regarding those minutes? Councilor Fletchko, go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that counselor is spelled correctly.
Okay, don't sing. That's why you're not a singer. Appreciate that. Thank you. I just want to have just a quick question regarding the item number 6 on the casino on October 15th and 16th. Was the Friends of the Library or the Stony Plain Public Library able to get enough volunteers to run those events?
Was that question, did they have enough volunteers to run that? Because I didn't quite hear that, sir.
Yes. Sorry.
To my knowledge, they did, yes.
Okay, well, that is good. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on to number 8, which is bylaws. And we have 3 to deal with tonight. The first one is bylaw 2696, DMP 24 for the Brickyard at Old Town South Area Structure Plan. And again, this was presented to us during the public hearing. Oh, wow, long time ago. Okay, so administration, anything else to add?
Your Worship, all of council, nothing else to add. Thank you.
Okay. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Deputy Mayor, motion for second reading, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2696, DNP 24, as amended, a bylaw to adopt a revised the Brickyard at Old Town Area Structure Plan.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, we had the conversations, we had some presentations, some questions. Any debate on the motion, please? Councilor Lori, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not necessarily a strong point of debate, but more just a comment in regards, we brought up, several of us actually brought up to the developer in regards to the type of build form in the area and the desire to see at least a portion of high density in there given its proximity to recreation center, to the school, etc. Understanding that this is just the area structure plan at this point in time, and that as we continue forward and we see more from the developer that there is an opportunity to change that. I think part of what we're seeing tonight is sometimes the changes can be difficult to actually get through, and so it's prudent to make sure that right from the outset and right from the get-go, completely understand that the densities haven't changed in the area, but I think that's one of those things that you need to look at and you need to understand. We have a housing needs assessment. Goal 2 of our housing needs assessment speaks specifically to improving access to and choice of market housing, and it goes on further to say that we have a gap in supply of bachelor 1 and 2 bedroom units, with 2 bedroom units being the most needed in the next 10 years to address current demand. So it is a little disappointing when we see that entire area structure plan come forward that does not necessarily have that type of build form that is clearly identified in the housing needs assessment that the town undertook. I am hopeful, however, that as we continue with the Old Town South redevelopment plan, we do see pockets and opportunities for some of that additional development in that area, as obviously it is well suited and centered around things like schools and rec centers.
Thank you for your comments. Councilor Lori, any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? All right. Go ahead, Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I want to thank Councilor Laurie for bringing up his point about the higher density housing. We're going to be building several phases of recreation center in that area. And I think it's a good idea that we offer the full range of type of housing, including those who live in apartment or condos, apartment condo style living. Not everybody can afford even a zero lot line home, much less a duplex or a townhouse or a larger small lot or larger lot single family home. We're building a recreation center there, and it would be great if we had people of all income levels and age brackets who could afford to live somewhat near that recreation center. It's particularly important to those who are aging that if they lose their mobility or their ability to drive, that they be able to walk to such a facility. So I do hope to see in the future a potential apartment-style building. And it's not like everything's built out and you've got people who are going to be upset about it. It's a brand-new area. So that would be the primary place to have such things and not have people who are upset that they may go in there. So thank you for your comment, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you for your comment, Councilor Hansard. Councilor Pletchko.
I'd like to make a small comment too. While I don't disagree with either Councilor Laurie or Councilor Hansard, I think what's important for a community is that we start to listen to what our developers really need within our community that fits our community so we can grow. It's been a long time since Stony Plain has grown to the capacity of our neighbors or the region. And I think what we're starting to see is the demand from our developers within our community that feel they have found the need for our community to grow. While I think it is important that we are able to offer all kinds of housing aspects to our community, if we're holding developers to certain things that can't allow them to sell their developments, we will soon find out that a developer doesn't want to develop within our community. So, I think it's important that we continue to encourage each of the developers to meet the needs of the community, to meet the needs of the housing stats that we require, but also, as we move through it, we see different changes to the MGA and a number of things that point to certain things that are needed within our region. So I think it's, while it's important that we continue to ask our developers to build what we're required or we believe we're required, we also have to listen to what their requirements are and sometimes bend to them a little bit so that they can continue to move our neighborhoods forward. So just a quick note that I think it's important that we support everybody within our region to be able to do and get what we need to have done, as well as meet the needs for our community.
Thank you for your comments, Councilor Pletchko. Anything else from members of council? Questions, comments, debate? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Do we need to extend our meeting this evening? I think we're getting close to our cutoff time. Do we need a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock?
No, I plan to go home and sleep.
All right.
No, actually, that was my plan was to finish, since I already accepted the motion. We'll finish the debate on second reading. Then I'll ask for the motion to go past 10 o'clock. Okay. Any more questions? Okay. So in terms of the proposed changes to the area structure plan, administration mentioned that previous to this, the area structure plan was known as as Tiffany Greenfield, and it fell under a different kind of density regulations. So with the proposed changes, I think it was mentioned that the density does not change, even though that some of the zoning does. But does that still get us in line with the ARB's density requirements of 24 units per hectare?
Your worship, all of council, at the time it was 25 dwelling units or greater. In this case, at 26, it would be still within that, given the fact that it's not a brand-new area structure plan coming forth. It doesn't need to meet the current regulation of, I think, 35 dwelling units per net resident.
Okay, so it still meets it under 26?
It meets the requirement that it needs to, yes.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Laurie.
Sorry, I just wanted to hear those numbers one more time. I understand that it meets the regulation that it was required to based on the date that the original area structure plan was approved. But can you refresh my memory of what you just said in regards to the number of units per hectare this plan currently encompasses and the number that is required on a new area structure plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, it's 25 to 30 dwelling units per net residential hectare was the old standard under the original growth plan. The new one is 35 and greater, so at 26, it falls within the original one.
Okay, any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. I have a question. So in terms of the proposed area structure changes, we know on phase one, those medium density lots that are proposed are a combination of R4, R5, and the single family ones that are R2. Do we have any indication in terms of the second phase and third phase of what those medium density zonings would typically be?
Your worship, all of council, we do not have anything more detailed at this point in time. With the exception that the larger one is likely going to be a sort of a comprehensively planned site, so it would probably be something closer to the R6. But again, that would be up to the developer to propose upon for future rezoning.
Okay. Thank you. Right, any other comments, debate? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Through you to administration. Just in regards to questions that I had earlier regarding cash in lieu in place of green space, if I can just say it and you tell me if I've kind of got it right. So currently, we have a plan that had we had high cash in lieu, and what we are looking to approve tonight will have high green space instead of cash in lieu. Would that be an accurate way of sort of characterizing how one of the changes?
Through your worship, through to Councillor Meyer, a little more detail, but I guess I'll just say that about 9% of the area out of the 10% possible max is what the current plan states. I believe it's about a 1% that's indicated would be cash in lieu. The current one has all 10% as land.
Okay, and okay, that's good enough.
Okay. Any other questions for clear understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Sorry, Your Worship, are we in questions of clarity and understanding, or are we in debate?
We're into everything so I can get done so I can get the extension.
No, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. I'm having trouble supporting this at this point in time, given the information currently available from our team. You know, understanding that this area structure plan does meet the standard it was required to because of a grandfather clause, it comes far from meeting the current standards of the day at 35 plus. And unfortunately, when you take the two sectors and add them together, you're dealing with almost 50 hectares of land, which the difference of 9 units per hectare in the minimum requirements of today versus what is actually being proposed, that's 443 housing units. And when we're in a time where all we hear about is housing shortages and housing crises, when we have a housing needs assessment that states that we have very specific needs within our community, while I'm 100% supportive of enabling the developers to, build our community and to make sure that we are removing barriers where possible and making sure that we have that, this is a challenge that I think has continued to perpetuate in where we've had some of our struggles and where we have gotten ourselves to today with affordability and with housing challenges. And so I'm yet undecided on this. I hope you don't call a vote right away, because I'd be interested to hear some wisdom from the remainder of my colleagues on this and their thoughts on it.
Thank you. Members of Council. You have your hands up? Okay, Councilor Loyens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to thank Councillor Laurie for doing the math for me on the shortage of homes. As Councillor Hanser pointed out, I do sit on our senior housing and our housing board, and I do think it is an important conversation to have that we are lacking homes. We continue to talk about the growth that we're going to have. I do support our developers and wanting them to build what they believe is a need, but we also hear from our residents what they feel is a need. And I would like us to continue down the path of ensuring that everybody here has the ability to have a home and a roof over their head. So thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions, debate? Councillor Hansard?
Well, Mr. Mayor, you knew I would weigh in on this one. I appreciate what Councillor Laurie had to say. However, I do know that this tends to happen. When you take a plan that a developer has come to us with, and you look at it and you go, wow, that could have been a lot more density, could be considerably more density, if not a lot. My thought was that perhaps the developer was taking into consideration all of those people who already live in Brickyard. This would be a good development to be the transition to higher density in the next phase. I don't know that we have to have everything we want intensity driven in the first phase that's going to tag on to an already pretty established neighborhood in Brickyard. I noticed we had one couple here this evening from Brickyard. They weren't upset. They were curious. They wanted to see how council was going to handle this. And I think one of the reasons we didn't have a lot more people here from Brickyard was because this was a pretty tasteful presentation of a reasonable amount of more housing that didn't get people up in arms about what was happening. So I am leaning in the direction of supporting this. I will not know until the vote is called and my hand goes up for sure, because we're not supposed to, according to the Municipal Government Act. However, I've thought this through, and I do believe that it is a good plan for right now. And we have other phases that we can work on where we can intensify our population in this particular subdivision without riling people up and making them feel like we're shoving high density down their throat. So that's what I am inclined to think of this at this time. I appreciate that this particular developer did not sell all this land at one time. That was their intention, that they hung in there and came back to the table to continue to develop in this neighborhood. Otherwise, we might be out there looking for somebody who would buy this land, trying to help the developers sell this land still after sitting dormant for so many years. So when you've got a developer ready to go, and it's not interfering with a lot of people, and it helps us to meet some of the needs for the people who are coming into this province. And I'm sure you've heard before, each of the last 2 years, 200,000 people came into this province from other areas. 200,000, and they're not going all over. They're settling in the larger city areas, and we happen to be part of the Capital Region Metropolitan region. That's why they're coming to Stony Plain, and this gives us an opportunity to provide some good housing, a variety for people, and welcome them here to our community. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Councillor Meyer.
Well, my thoughts kind of parallel Councillor Hansard's. I think, once again, this evening, we see, I mean, it's interesting. This will be the first time, I think, where we would press for the density before the developer came to us. So my experience is, at some point, I suspect that they'll be coming to us looking to increase those numbers regardless. But after sitting through this evening's other hearing, that creates a problem all its own. And I think we owe it to potential residents that do buy, that they know what they're buying into. So I don't know, I'm kind of leaning maybe the other way on that. Like, we should get it straight the first time so that people know what they're getting.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions, comments, and debate from members of council? Okay. Yes, Councillor Hansard.
Just clarification, please. Could you clarify with Councillor Meyer? The comments he just made sounded to me like he was speaking more to the Genesis on the Lake, not to this particular development.
No, I think he was speaking to this one.
Oh, general. I didn't think anybody was confused about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll provide some comments here since no other hands up. I'm leaning towards supporting this. I think it does meet the criteria and the expectations set up by members of council and when this was originally approved. I think members of council mentioned that to set the expectations proper, and the proper expectations was that when this was approved, it meets all the density requirements at that point in time. This is not a new area structure plan. If this was a new area structure plan, then we have to meet those density requirements of 35 plus. Since this is an amendment, it only needs to meet the requirements of the previous one when it was approved. Okay. And there's also a couple reasons why this is coming forward to being proposed is the storm management ponds, the central one and the southern one. As mentioned through our development with the land swap with the Parkland School Division. As Councillor Meyer mentioned quite a few years ago when we did that, we had to build a temporary swale on the vacant lot where now we have approved for the recreational center to hold the water runoff for storm management. That middle storm pond needs to be there to hold that water so we can finish that development. So if council is looking at changing that, then you probably have a crystal ball that I don't have. Right, so the design is to capture all that water and coming through. I would also just caution members of council that I think this is a good development. If we want to add more density and deny this, through the MGA, there is an appeal process from the owners and developers. And based on what I've seen in this is my 18th year on council, that we don't have a leg to stand on. They meet all the requirements under the original area structure plan. So are we going to go through and make our developers sue us, go through the system, and to lose because we're not coherent and transparent with what we do? So in terms of the housing needs assessment that was mentioned by Councillor Laurie, I 100% agree. If this was a new development, I'd be looking for those numbers. And that's why I asked, do they meet the requirements? And they do. If this is a new development south of the high school and the West Area lands south of that, then they have to meet 35 dwelling units per hectare. This one does not. It has to meet between 25 and 30, and it does. so it fits all the requirements. So I will have to support this. And also with the old area structure plan, as mentioned by our staff, 9% municipal reserve, 1% cash in lieu. With a new design, it's 10% municipal reserve. So we've got more green space available for our residents to enjoy and to use. Okay. So that is why I'm voting in favor of this. Deputy Mayor? You already made the motion. So if you want to say anything before I call it.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to comment, but you know, I think one of the dangers that we get into, and this has been alluded to a couple of times, is sort of the show and switch. And as you shared, Mr. Mayor, their criteria under the old regulations are currently met here. And I think if we force developers back to the drawing board every time there's a change, I think we're going to set ourselves back. And looking at what's presented here, I don't have concerns. I see medium density along sort of the major throughways that will help feed obviously into the school and the rec center that's there. I think we have a good project and look forward to council's decision and seeing this move forward.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? Okay, that is carried. Before I go to third reading, I need a motion to extend past 10 o'clock. Councillor Hansard.
Mr. Mayor, am I making up this motion?
You're just making it up. Just
That freedom very much. Mr. Mayor,
you get the freedom to make anything you want.
I respectfully move that we extend our council meeting past 10 p.m. this evening due to the content of our agenda package.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the third reading. Councillor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2696/D&P/24.
Okay. Members of Council, we had public hearing, we did second reading, we definitely heard a lot, and thank you for the conversations that were brought forward. I definitely appreciate kind of the highlighting that Councilor Lowry brought up in terms of our housing strategy. I think we continue to need to focus on that in terms of new developments. I definitely look forward to that conversation with the new pieces of land that are coming in, and always be cognizant that we need to provide more housing opportunities so there is more attainable housing in our community. And I think this plan allows that. And I'm definitely looking forward to the next phases that come through. Questions, comments, debate? Go ahead.
Just general comment. Thank you, Your Worship. And again, I appreciate the points that you raised on the last time. Again, we do face a regulatory environment where as long as applications do meet the standards that were set in place, again, exactly as you said, we have to abide by them. I certainly hope that the developer does take the feedback that has been heard tonight and consider that as they move on with future phasing. I think there is a great opportunity on what was shown in one of their plans. I think it was the hydraulic network analysis, because there is a major road allowance right adjacent to this area structure plan, and it would likely complement into, I believe it's the Aspen Meadows structure plan to the west. So I hope the developer does take the opportunity as this development builds out, which I do believe is going to be a fantastic development in a very key area of our town, and considers what options and opportunities will exist there.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Any other comments, questions, and debate on the motion? Councillor Plechko, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important that we listen to what our developers are saying. And I do totally agree that, you know, under the new MGA, the housing portion of it and the density needs to go up. But at the same time, I think we've got a developer that is ready to move ahead with the development that we drastically need within our community. There is a lack of housing within our community, and here's a good opportunity for us. It may even spur him as he's developing to realize that the density needs to be thicker, and we may be seeing it back in front of us in council, which would not be a bad thing, right? So I think this is a good opportunity for us to say to the developer and to our community that we want to move our community ahead and to put more houses within our community. So I'm glad to hear that council supported the second reading of it, and I'm hoping that it gets past third.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pashko. Any more comments, questions, debate? Councilor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to say that for many years, the various councils that I have served on dreamed of a way we could have development to the west of Old Town, with the idea that if we could do that, it would help to keep our downtown vibrant and keep businesses alive throughout Stony Plain, instead of just heading to the east and into Spruce Grove and Edmonton. And this, honestly, this development in Brickyard is key to that, because it is so very close to the downtown area of Stony Plain. So for years, we just had the beginning piece of Brickyard, and I often would be over in that neighborhood. My son lives there, and I would leave his house and stand looking down that road that now takes us down to the beautiful new school, Westview School. And I would think, what will this be like if it was actually built out? And here we're getting to see it almost right in front of our eyes. We can imagine it. And I'm grateful that we have this opportunity to hopefully give a green light to this developer. I'll wait for any other comments from my colleagues and their wisdom, but I'm inclined to support this.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was wondering if administration could give me some clarification on the mayor's comments in regards to our legal obligation. Because how I'm understanding it is they currently have an area structure plan right now, that if we don't approve this update, I'm just curious, maybe Mayor Choi, you could kind of give me I'm just not picking up how, because it feels like then I'd be forced to only vote, I only have one choice to make. And then that doesn't make sense, because then otherwise I wouldn't be here voting. So explain exactly what you meant there, because I'm not quite following.
Okay, definitely. So there is an area structure plan that was approved on certain densities and design. So if they're doing an amendment that still meets those requirements, is there a good reason to defeat the motion? I like the one that they already have. Right, so if you don't like the design, you can say, I don't like it, I like the old design, and you can vote against it, which makes sense, but we can't deny it because we want more density. Okay. Right? Because that's not part of the regulations. Okay. Any more comments in debate? Okay. Just want to thank members of council for the commentary and the presentation by the applicant. I think you heard loud and clear in terms of kind of affordability, housing options, and also the pathways around the two storm management ponds. Many of that within the town of Stony Plain has a complete circle around them, and our residents find great value in terms of exercise, just active walking, passive recreation with their kids and grandkids. I know it does not show that on the design, but when this gets developed out, I'll just ask the developer to give that some consideration in terms of kind of the amenity for the community. Councilor Pashko, anything to add? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, third reading. Okay, third reading is carried. So moving on to 8.2, which is bylaw 2697/LUO/24. This is the Brickyard Stage 6, the land use amendment, and this is for Zone 1. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given the information that has been presented tonight, administration has no further comments on this one. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, questions of clear understanding? Councilor Loynes, second motion, please.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2697/LUO/24 as amended, a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw 2686/LUO/24.
Thank you. Comments and debate on the motion? Okay, seeing none, I just want to make sure that I did receive the correct answer that I was looking for earlier, is because on page 182 of 374, again, the red hashed out mark where phase 1 is does not encompass the entire road for Brickyard Cove extension. I wanted to be crystal clear that it does encompass the whole road, so we're not going to just build half a road.
Through your worship, through all of council, that is correct. As shown on page 186, the full road area is presented as part of the actual bylaw, as opposed to just that one map that was an error on that one map.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that's the error on that one map, but the map on 186 is correct. That does show the full road development.
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? No. Councilor Loynes? No. Okay. Call the question. All in favor of second reading? That's carried. Councilor Meyer.
Yes, that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2697/LUO/24.
Thank you. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate? Okay. See none, I look forward to having this approval as they'll bring in the next phases of Old Town South. As we've heard many times, we do have a housing shortage, and having these available lots in our community will allow us to kind of address some of those needs. So I look forward to having that storm pond completed as soon as possible to address some of the storm issues with the school division and the rec center that is coming up, and then also then addressing some of the housing needs and options that we have in our community. Councilor Meyer, anything else to say? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving to 8.3. This is for bylaw 2698/LOU/24, and it's to deal with 700 Genesis Drive, the land use amendment bylaw. Administration?
Through your worship of council, as before, based on the information that's been provided in the public hearing and previously discussed, administration has no further comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding from the presentations that we've had previously? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of points that I'd like clarified that we got some answers to, and then I do have at least one new question. I just want to confirm in the area of Genesis Lakes Drive, or Genesis Drive, the R4, R5, R6, and R8 zones that we see on the map today that remain unchanged. I'm understanding correctly, I believe administration said they have been in place since 2007, and that they were classified under the same districting up to 2015 when we created more succinct definitions within our land use bylaw around the R4, R5, R6. Is that correct?
Through your worship, through your worship to Councilor Lurie, that is correct. In 2007, it was an R2M, or 2009, it was an R2C, and then in 2015, when we were looking at specific zones to differentiate between street-oriented and comprehensive, it was, they were split up into the R4, 5, and 6, as noted.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the next point of clarity that I was looking for is in relation to Genesis Drive and our road network. I believe this was, I can't remember the classification that this road was designated as, but can you provide me with which classification the road is, what the road width is, and what that allows for?
Through your worship to Councilor Laurie, Genesis Lake Drive, which is the road that this R4 to R6 site is on, is a major collector road with a 12-meter curb to curb, roughly. That's just estimated on the aerial here. Is that the only road you were asking for?
That was, yep. And so the 12-meter curb to curb, that would allow for parking on both sides of the road as well as 2 vehicles to pass each other at the same time?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we know how much additional room that is? So if we had 4 vehicles wide, how much extra space would there essentially be on that road? Do we have an answer on that?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, if I'm understanding your question correctly, just how much space is between like the cars as if where they go past each other?
Yeah, so for example, we heard when we installed the traffic calming measures that while the appearance was that the roadway was narrowed and it may be difficult for vehicles to pass, the engineering and the measurements actually showed that there was significant amounts of room for vehicles to pass safely. So similar question in relation to this. If we have 12 meters of curb to curb width and we have a vehicle parked at each curb, how much space do vehicles have in the drive lane truly to pass each other?
A standard driving lane on a major collector is 3.5 meters on each lane. So that allows for 7 meters in the main road plus 3 meters, give or take, depending on if there's curb returns or other special features that might be at the road at the time. So the parking lane would occupy 3 meters for your vehicle plus 3.5 meters for drive aisle.
Excellent, thank you. And just on quick research, I see the average width of a vehicle is 5.6 feet, which is just shy of 2 meters. So there's a fairly substantial amount of room for vehicles to pass each other. Regular passenger vehicles, obviously as you get into more commercial vehicles, emergency vehicles, that changes slightly.
Correct. There's a number of factors, but yes, when we were designing the curb extensions, as you mentioned, we generally aim for that 7-meter clearance between the curb to curb.
Excellent, thank you very much. Last one that I have, if I may, Your Worship. Thank you very much. We heard a couple of comments, and in the letters it was contained in regards to playgrounds, play structures, etc., within the Genesis Lakes development. I actually find it very interesting because when I pull up the Genesis on the Lakes website, their actual marketing website, they show that the landscaped park and playground area is actually supposed to be at Lake Genesis. However, what we know is actually built out is that there's a very small playground up in what would be approximately the northwest corner behind Genesis Lakes Boulevard and Genesis Lake Lane. Who is responsible for the installation of playgrounds and playground structures within a development such as this?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, it has changed over the years. Early when I got to the town about 12 years ago, typically it was not something a developer had done. My understanding is something like the South Creek soccer pitch was actually one of the first ones that developers installed. Since that time, playgrounds have been installed through the phasing of subdivisions by developers, and some additional kind of enhanced community amenities such as the rink in Westera was a partnership with the town. So it has varied over the years, but it's fairly typical now for a developer to like install a playground or something to that effect within a new park.
Excellent, thank you. So in relation to Genesis on the Lakes, at the current time, the developer has installed a playground despite its location, size, etc. And if we wanted to move forward with anything additional, that would be at the responsibility of the town?
Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, it would be if it's in any area that's already developed out, such as most of Genesis on the Lakes.
Excellent. And so when we look at locations, we have a significant amount of municipal reserve land within Genesis on the Lakes, some around Lake Genesis and some further to the, that would be directly to the east of Lake Genesis, the 2 storm ponds. There's some additional open space MR there. Would those be suitable areas for playground installations in the future?
Your worship to Councillor Laurie, potentially we'd have to do some looking at them, but again, at face value, there would be some opportunity, I would say.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding to administration? Okay, Councillor Palacio, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. Tonight we heard some very compelling stories from local residents, some true concerns for development within our community, everything from traffic impact to safety, and a number of things. So a couple of questions I have this evening revolve around that type of division. We've seen them in other parts of our community. How do they affect the traffic in each of those areas, and how successful are those type of developments within our community?
Through your worship, Councilor Paleckko, it's a little bit of a challenge in the sense that at a high level, again, neighborhood planning level, these areas are allocated as a medium density, high density, those sort of sites. Specifically what gets placed in them is something that's done at a more detailed size. So it's at the neighborhood area structure plan level that we have the transportation impact assessment done to determine what those road needs to be done in terms of the capacity, what standard, in essence, it needs to be done at. So my understanding is that these are typically done in a conservative way, as I say, kind of a maximum density level, maximum intensification that each development could have on those roadway systems. And subsequently, when it gets developed out, it's developed under that conservative number, and that these roads are at the area structure plan level or neighborhood level planned accordingly. So when we actually get to the site level, it's really just kind of filling in that blank that was already planned for and accordingly at the neighborhood planning level.
So as we see our communities develop, traffic is always a concern. But one of the concerns that we're dealing with today is we've got busing within our community. And as we grow our community, our busing is going to take away some of that travel within the community for commuters to and from the area. Now, Councilor Lorry's probably sitting down there listening to me a little bit giggle because I'm not a big fan of busing, but I sure see what it does within our community. So, you know, as we develop that, and it needs to have busing routes, some of the thought process that's coming to my mind today is, how do we limit parking along the roads and make the developers more responsible for parking on sites? So along a main commuter route like that, how hard is that to put in a no parking zone?
Through your worship to Councilor Paleckko, the short answer to your question of how hard is it? It's a review done by the town to assess if there is a parking restriction required. And then it's a recommendation by staff and then to the road authority, and then we ask our public works team to go put them out. Broadly speaking, with the discussion about transit and ultimately the evolution of areas and TIAs and how they get used, I just want to give council some assurance that from the onset of when we have these area structure plans going back, to when they're being implemented today, if there are changes in land uses that are proposed that are significant, we do work with developers on making sure that those impacts are still understood and make sense for the area. The comment just got brought up about transit and the evolution of that. Transit is currently an on-demand service following express routes that we approve through the service. Those also remove trips from cars that would otherwise be there. They're turning several vehicles into one. So there's considerations there about how and the types of traffic that are going through, the types of connections that we're making for pedestrians, as well as its intended land use that all play a factor into the total trips generated within a community and within an area, within a city or a town. So these are, and I don't want to get too technical, but these are factors that we are always considering, how communities grow, how the developer proposals are being evaluated, and seeing if those documents need to be updated. And we work with all the developer partners as those come up.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the ability to be able to do things and address some of the concerns as we move forward. I'm curious to hear all of council tonight talk about what the developers ask for. We talk about densities, we talk about a number of things, and here's an opportunity for a little more density, which meets the MGA and meets a number of things within our community, but it really doesn't meet the needs of what our residents are asking for in that particular area. So how do we work around that portion of it to meet the needs of both the community, both the growing area, which is what we're trying to meet, and have a safe, well-looked-after community? Is there an opportunity for us to talk to developers and have them, a suggestion was give up a small portion, which gives more parking. I understand that developers, you like your bottom lines. I understand that fully, that's why you develop and why you want to do things. But there's also a need for the community and to fit into that community. Sometimes you have to give a little bit to get a little bit. And I'm just wondering how we make that happy medium within our community as we grow and develop and try to meet everybody's needs, because at no time can we meet everybody's needs. We need to meet the needs of our community. And I think that's something that we just really need to think about as we move forward with each one of the developments that comes before us for our community, is to meet the needs of everybody. And honestly, we're going to make 50% of you happy and 50% of you not so happy. So, that's a tough balance for us sitting up here in a chair to make when it comes to a lot of things for our community. But we truly try to do the best that we can for the community.
Okay. Any more questions of clarity and understanding to administration? Councillor Hansard.
Is this clarity and understanding or comments?
This is clarity and understanding because administration did not present, so it just went back on there, and we have not yet accepted a motion for second reading yet.
Okay, good. Then I have a question. I'm curious if administration could apprise council on what kind of dossier, resume, or background is the developer required to provide to the town to show that they are an experienced developer. They may not have built, if I'm correct, I believe the developer said tonight that he has not built this type of a project before. I'm just curious if admin could tell us, has this developer got experience in building? Is it single-family homes? I'm feeling a little uncomfortable with the comment that he hasn't built this type of project before, but that doesn't mean he's not a builder, a good builder. So could you put our minds at ease, or put this councillor's mind at ease about that?
Through your worship to Councillor Hansard, the ability of a developer is not necessarily something that we assess as part of a rezoning or redistricting application. Again, as a landowner, they're able to apply for rezoning. That's what's taking place tonight. We don't really necessarily judge or rate or scrutinize the developers at this point in time, or if at all. Again, this is something that if, later on when we're doing development agreements and things like that, there is some developer categories and ratings that take place at that point in time. But here in council chambers doing zoning bylaws and that sort of things, amendments to those, it's not something we would get into.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, may I continue, please?
Okay. So just before we move on to the next comment or question to administration, so we do have different levels of developers in our community that they have to meet certain criteria for certain percentages of offsite levy, well, not offsite levies, but securities. So those that have proven records for the town of Stony Plain, good development, they are at a higher standard, so then they have different requirements for security. Those that are new to our community that do not have a development history with us starts at the bottom. So that's how we regulate that. We cannot ask them if they're a good builder or not. This is the same as we can't ask a lot of things.
Thank you very much.
And this is not regarding developers, this is regarding a rezoning from an R4 to an R6.
Thank you for that clarification. This confusion, if you want to call it that, comes about because we were given a picture, fleshed out more than we would normally see in a redistricting application, with a potential development which brought up a lot of the comments from the people who spoke this evening and on the part of council, trying to get clarification and talk about parking. We would not normally know these things, to even ask these things, if we had not seen the picture. So when we're given information that really isn't timely, not the stuff we're supposed to get for this kind of a decision, it does lend itself to questions and concerns. Because bottom line, counselors are going to want our residents to know we heard them, and we're not pretending we didn't see this. They're not pretending they didn't see this. And that's where a lot of the questions and concerns come from. So thank you for that. Our decision tonight will be, Mr. Mayor, if I'm correct, on the redistricting only, changing this from R4 to R6. And we're not to worry about all the drawings and the supposed development. That will come at a later time. Is that correct? Or does it totally rest now in planning and infrastructure, the planning department's purview? So councilors never see this again? Is that what we're dealing with?
That is correct, Councilor Hansard. So council approves the land use bylaw, which regulates how development is built when done in town of Stony Plain. So this is a application to change that. So what council should be aware of and what we should be debating is, if you look on page, where is it?
232 is the actual picture that haunts everyone tonight.
Yeah, and the picture is done because in the past we've asked some kind of conceptual designs because a lot of people cannot wrap their head around what the wording means. So on, excuse me, so council should be debating page 225 of 374, which is R4 mixed district. So those are all the regulations that are allowed to be built on that R4 site. To compare, if council turns to page 227, this is the R6 medium density site. That is what is allowed in the R6. So to keep this on track, the debate should be based on the R4 and the R6 and not what a conceptual design is. As mentioned earlier by, I think that was Kelly, she said, if the R5 across from Genesis Villa, if it was blank, what could they do? So we would take R5 and just multiply all the numbers. So that's what they have to go by. So as a council during this debate is R4 or R6.
Okay, so two things then, please. In all the discussion and the mathematics that were being done here and questions asked of administration, R4 actually lends itself to a potential of more units, more cars, correct? Where R6 is not more individual dwelling units and would result in less cars than an R4, possibly, depending on what an individual developer might want to do with that site. If I remember all the discussion, because you could have suites in an R4 and more cars, that would cause more of a parking problem. And all of these residents who even signed the form letter did seem, even when they came to the table, spoke about parking and the traffic and that kind of thing. So we can't just unhear that. We have to remember that. But we're not going to get to speak into this situation again. So that's one of my things I wanted to get really clear. By changing from R4 to R6, it will allow less dwelling units and less cars. Is that right? Or have I got it backwards?
Okay, maybe administration can correct me, but based on the notes that I've written down when this was brought up, so based on an R4 site that has been approved, would allow, based on the hectares, 1.29 hectares, would allow for 33 units, which does allow for basement or secondary suites, which would bump it up to 66 units in that site.
For R4?
For R4, which, and then the R6 will maximum of 1.29 hectares will allow for 77 units.
So they could get more units, more cars with R6?
If they wanted to do the whole thing?
If the developer wanted to push it to the limits. So where along the line does council have any assurance that all of this was taken to heart and concerned council so that our admin, when they're sitting down with them, will for all intents and purposes, hold the developer's feet to the fire about not maximizing the development, or is that beyond a pipe dream?
Well, I think, as you mentioned earlier, Councillor Hansard's on page 232 of the tentative plan. It always shows what the developer is thinking within our 6 design, and it also has 57 units, not 77.
Okay. And with that, last thing I'll say is filling that site up with that many units does not allow enough parking, in my mind. Doesn't allow enough parking for visitors, and I'm just not sure how those driveways for those units temper out. I've sold some of these units in Edmonton where you drive around ground level, all you see is garages. The houses are behind and up, and the problem is the driveways are only a little tiny driveway, not big enough to actually park a car in. So you're either going to be in the garage or you're going to be on the street. And if I'm wrong about that, please would somebody speak up and tell me I'm wrong. I'm begging for that.
Nope. Actually, you're not wrong, Councillor Hansard, but again, we're not at the stage to debate. Like I mentioned, we're asking questions for clarity and understanding.
Okay.
You had some questions for clarity. Now you're getting to debate, which we're not quite at right now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just for a point of clarity, Your Worship, in relation to what Councillor Hansard is saying in respect to parking and driveway size, number one, the R4 parking requirements are lower than that of R6. So even though R6 may have a potential of a few more units, it has a significantly larger number of parking stalls required under our land use bylaw. And number two, the driveway size actually has engineered specific dimensions that it must be in order to be considered a parking spot. It cannot just be a driveway that a vehicle cannot park on.
And that's R6.
Yes.
Yes, and that can come through the conversations during debate. Councillor Loynes, go ahead for questions for clarity and understanding.
I hope. Going back to the concerns on the road length and width and all of that, as we move forward, we talked about safety of our residents, seniors, children, and we recently started adding the bollards for more protection. How does that affect the distance we currently have? Because we're talking about the roads being 12 meters essentially, rounded up, and giving leeway to 7-meter clearance from the parked cars on the side. When we add the bollards, and I understand you have to be so far from a corner, but the reality is nobody parks that far from the corner. Are we interfering with what the residents are saying for the traffic to get by?
Through your worship to Councillor Loynes, if I could just have some clarity, if you're asking if the requirements that we put with the distances that we're allowing between the curb extensions, if they interfere with oncoming traffic parallel to each other, the short answer is no. They're designed, as I've mentioned to council on different occasions through different questions. They're designed to have enough space for the vehicles on that roadway to pass each other safely at the design speeds that are posted. They are, however, do a couple of things. One is they give you a very optical point in your periphery, which increases your awareness as a driver. They also put the pedestrians incoming into the space that may be shared with the vehicles in a closer part of the driver periphery, so that they are more aware from the driver perspective. And certain enhancements, we will even put flashers, the RFBs, for example, so if there's a low lighting or if there's a high traffic there. So there's a number of things that we do there, but it doesn't impact the overall carriageway, so to speak, of both vehicles coming and going into the site. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, so essentially the extensions would be in line with the cars parked on the side.
Correct. If there was a car parked, provided that's far enough away, then it would be, provided the car hasn't parked excessively away from the curb and in what I would call a reasonable parking arrangement, then it would be roughly in alignment.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Pletchko.
Okay, I believe this one's for clarity. As I look through the plans of the developer, Will the access points be one into the subdivision? Will there be two? And if there's one, will it be parallel to the one that's across the road from it?
Through your worship to Councillor Paletzko, at this point in time, it will depend upon the design that is brought forward. I can't recall offhand. Let me just check here. I believe the concept plan that was provided was slightly offset. It was something I believe one of our comments was when we had a pre-application on it, that it would be ideal to be aligned. But again, that is something that would be determined at the design stage. If we're doing like a bare land condo, that's sort of an approval, we'd be looking at that alignment. If we had a development permit specifically for what the comprehensively planned site would be, we would be looking at aspects of that in terms of alignment with roads across the street. In terms of if there was two entrance points, that again would be based on the concept plan that was brought before us, and we would consider that between planning and engineering.
Thank you.
Yep. Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up for questions for clarity and understanding?
Yeah, I'm going to defer for now.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding before I move to a motion? Okay, Councilor Laurie, you're next on the list. Motion for second reading, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2698/LUO/24, a bylaw to amend land use bylaw 2686/LUO/24.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. Okay, now members of council, now you can ask questions and debate and make comments that you like to have other members of council hear and understand. Councilor Paletzko, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a comment with a little bit of a comment that goes with it. So as I look at this plan, one of my concerns are, while it meets everything that required to move it to an R6, when I look at it, what troubles me a little bit is the concerns for safety and mobility up and down that road. It is a main commuter road. I don't know if you've been up there when there's been events that go on within Genesis on the Lake, but it gets quite backlogged and quite heavy. You add something that doesn't come out at the same spot anymore. Now you're going to have two offsets, people pulling out, not seeing each other and going that way. I'm wondering, as we move through this, if there's, I know it's tough to address the concerns that we've heard tonight because we're just talking about moving from an R4 to an R6. But I'm truly hoping that if you've heard all of the concerns from the residents, that it's something that we consider, no matter whether it's an R4 or an R6 district, that we really look to align access points so that it does not create hazards for people in the area, and especially our residents within the area. We like to think that most of our community is walkable, and I think this is an opportunity for us to look at it. I know when we did Genesis on the Lake across from West Terra, we made them realign that as well. It was one of the suggestions. And I know now today that when people come to that corner, it's a safer corner for it. So just a little bit of a comment that as we move forward through this, I think it's important that we hear what our residents have said for the development within our community.
Thank you, Councilor Paletzko. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Hanser, go ahead.
Well, truthfully, Mr. Mayor, I'd really rather sit here for a bit and hear wisdom from everybody else and then come in and make my pronouncements. However, sometimes we have to be the first person to jump off the diving board.
You're the second person.
A second person. I didn't hear danger over there. I might be in dangerous territory here. Here are my thoughts. The very thing that made the development easy in Brickyard is what is causing the problem here. You've got a whole settlement of people here who've been there for quite a while. And now you have these other areas that have yet to be developed, and these two, this lot 708 and 800, or 700 and 800, sorry, I can't tell with the lines through it there. these are higher density housing. The homes right to the north are very nice homes. And they're going to back onto this, and I don't know if any of those people are here or were in this council chambers this evening. And then you've got the other people that are at least separated by Greenbelt. We can only control what we actually own. But the other way we can have a voice in controlling what goes on around us is to come to meetings like this, voice your opinion and speak up. And I think, for the most part, I think our residents have done that with a good bit of decorum and have expressed themselves well. The form letter that was used was well-written. I would like to have seen people write their own even shorter letters expressing same comments. Not that that means they aren't valid, but it just seems more real to me. On one hand, I want to see growth, and I want to see, we know we have to have some higher density, and I think no matter how you cut it, this could have been worse than what's been put in front of us here as far as density. But I struggle with this one, and I'm usually more decisive than this. My thought process is, if the developer would shave off some of the 1, 2, 3 units, maybe squeeze that up a little bit and get some of the cars off the street. I hear about the width of the road. I hear about the cars can still pass. But if you drive into Graybrier, for instance, that wide boulevard has become not impassable, but not very attractive for coming and going out of Graybrier, because now people are parking on both sides of the road, almost all the way down Graybrier. You take that into Genesis, where in many cases people have spent a lot of money on their homes, and somehow that just seems a bit of a hard pill for me to swallow. I don't live in one of those kind of houses, but I appreciate that people put an awful lot of money into them, and I don't know that I'd want to drive in off of 48th Street Highway 779 and drive through long rows of cars, because people have no place to park in their development right along that way. I'm just struggling with that a lot. So the way I feel about it right now is the R6 argument provides those people in that development that's under consideration tonight a higher requirement for driveways and parking within the subdivision, which potentially will reduce what has to flow out onto the street for parking. To leave it R4, there is not as much parking in the subdivision or in this piece of property, and it will necessitate people parking out on the street, probably on both sides of the street. And it will affect the other R6 development, Genesis Villas, more. So right now, I'm leaning strongly in support of this for reasons that I almost cannot argue against. However, I'm hoping administration hears us loudly and clearly that subdivision needs to be trimmed down a little bit. Sacrifice 1, 2, 3, 4 units. I know that's hard for a developer to hear, but do it for the sake of the fact that you're coming into a place that's pretty settled out. And there's going to be a lot of people upset with what this delivers into the neighborhood if you don't make it more likable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. Any more comments, questions, and debate? Councillor Anderson? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start with a question. If administration can advise how many secondary suites were permitted in the last year, I don't know how we track that, but do we have any data that you can provide us on the availability of secondary suites in our community? While they're looking that up, I'm actually going to defer and I'll just wait to hear back here.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have an answer? It'll be a little while yet.
Your worship, through the Councillor Anderson, we're going to need a second to track that info down.
With that, any other questions, comments before we? Councillor Meyer, go ahead. I picked you, so you can go down the line.
Oh, well, my comments are going to sound just like Councillor Hansard's. So what did I hear tonight? I heard a bunch of residents raise concerns about the character of their neighborhood. I agree with you guys. This development doesn't fit your neighborhood for all the reasons that Councillor Hansard and you guys pointed it out. Like Councillor Hansard, I fear that the difference between the R4 and the R6 is inconsequential and could potentially wind up with a worse outcome than what we're seeing proposed. I mean, again, Councillor Hansard pointed out, we got 200,000 people, our share of the million of people that are going to move to Canada coming to this province, and yep, lots of them are going to wind up in this region. That's not our fault. It's not our developer's fault either. In fact, I think he's, offering solutions. What did he say? Offering options, creating options. I agree. Right? I mean, I on the doorsteps, I hear lots of seniors tell me that they're looking for something that they can move down into. And I'm not sure which councillor in previous nights have told me, that's part of the problem. We have seniors stuck in homes that they won't move out of because they can't downsize to something and stay in their community. So, often I despise the idea of us having to roll over for people who haven't even moved into our community yet, but I know it's people in this community that need options. So it's not just nobodies, it's people from our town. So they get a say here too. I remember before I got elected, Russ Graff was sitting up here going, it's like a freight train. And it often does, to your point, sometimes it seems like the decision's predetermined. And sometimes, like I say, it's like a freight train. I get it. It seems like the, the scales are tipped in one direction. So my hat's off to you guys for coming out, because I think, first off, taking the whole evening to come and have your voices heard, I can count on one hand how many times people have done that. I think you guys moved the needle. So that's a good, positive thing, no matter how this vote goes. You guys can, say you did that. Hopefully, whichever way the vote goes, administration hears what's said tonight. I think the frustration is a lot of you guys put your money down, you put your research in, you try and figure out what's the best, and you get kind of stuck holding the bag at the end, and it's not fair. So I agree with that. So I think that's where I'll stop.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Meyer. Administration, do you have the answers for Deputy Mayor?
Through your worship, to the Deputy Mayor, just for full closure on this, there's 7 secondary suites that were applied for in 2023, and to date, as of the Q3 report for 2024, there were 9 in this year.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, may I speak to?
Go ahead.
To One of the things that I'm struggling a little bit with here is when we're looking at some of the numbers, we're suggesting we're comparing apples to apples, but I'm not sure that we are. And here's what I mean by that. When we talk about R6 zoning and we started calculating out the availability of parking spaces, we're going, oh, well, if it was maxed out to 77, here's what it would be. And if it was, maxed out in terms of secondary suites on 33 row houses, here's what it would be. And so this is obviously better than that. Well, if we look at the development that's happening in our community, if this stays R4 this evening and there's between 26 and 33 units in this 700 block, there's no guarantee there's 33 secondary suites. But what we do know is that if it goes to R6, we're looking at our package said 57, our developer who very graciously allowed us some time for questions, I think said 60. And so that's a sure thing. And so we can look at the sure thing on one side, but we really don't know on the other. What I do know, though, is if we look at that 1.29, or going to say 1.3 hectares, 26 single or 33 row houses is significantly less physical units than 57 row houses. And I'm just going to leave it there for now. I know others would like to speak. So.
Hey, thank you. Councillor Loyens, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to start off by saying it was brought up about discrimination against the people that live in Genesis on the Lake, that they felt that they weren't being heard and that their houses were being taken apart for where they choose to live. But I've also sat here and listened to us talk about, well, they only have nice houses. They have the nice houses. That is discrimination against everybody else that lives here. And I cannot stand that for one. So I would like to take who decides what is a nice house and what isn't. I think my house is nice. It fits my family. We moved from a modular. That was a nice house when I first bought it. I grew up in Sherwood Park. There's a lot of nice houses out there. Who defines a nice house and who doesn't? Okay, I want to start there. Secondly, we're talking about shaving off units to make it more appealing. 1, 2, 3, 4 houses. We already talked about the maximum number of houses is 77 houses. And here we're talking about 57. They've already shaved off 20 houses. Okay? So based on that alone, we're asking them to cut back more. We talk about R4 and their 33 units. This year so far, we've had 9 applications for secondary suites in 3 quarters. So we'll just say on average 3 quarter. So we'll add another 3 to put it at 12. That would put R4 at 42 houses out of the 57 that R6 is requesting. Still a pretty close number when you think about it. Councillor Meyer talked about seniors being stuck in these houses they can't downsize from. Here we are showing another option to downsize. It might not be your choice, but it could be somebody else's. In our background information, it talks about how this meets the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board Growth Plan as well as our Municipal Development Plan, right? We talk about the housing needs. That's all anybody talks about. And here's an option in front of us to say, hey, I could do this. I could potentially do this, but I'm offering you a solution to a need that we have talked about for over 6 hours. A need that isn't going to go away in the next 6 hours. It is a need we need. And if we have somebody who's willing, a developer, support our developers. That's what was been said, support them. Here we are saying, well, you know what, you came forward, but we don't really like what you're doing, so let's take it away from you. That contradicts every other conversation we have had at this table tonight. So as I sit here, I sit and think of all the nice houses that can be developed and the nice houses that are currently here. We're not building tents, we're building row houses, and they are all over. And I will support this developer's request for a zone change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loyens. Any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay, Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate all the comments from my fellow colleagues, and again, all the comments that we heard this evening. I think there was a significant amount of information, and I've taken a lot of time to go through each and every concern that was raised and understand how that concern changes with the zoning change that we've looked at. One of the first things I want to address, though, is in regards to the secondary suites, because the number 9 seemed a little low to me, so I just had to do a little count here. Because along Brickyard Drive alone, currently either occupied or under construction, we have 19 units that are the 3-story units with the single suite in the bottom and the two-level home up top. Also, there's comprehensively planned another 15 more of those units for a total of 34 units. So when we talk about the type of development that could be constructed on an R4 that is already being developed in our community today, and that could be developed on that lot tomorrow without us changing a thing. They could put 33 row house units of no more than 4 side by side with a maximum height of 12 years. We are talking about zoning. We are not talking about a specific development. This is a zoning change. If this developer decides they don't like what they've heard tonight and they no longer want to build it, they could put the lot up for sale with the zoning change done to it. And somebody could come in and do something else with it. Could be better, could be worse. We don't know. We're talking about zoning. So I have to look at what is totally allowable in the zoning. And again, that's 33 units that could have secondary suites. Could be 12 meters tall, 3 stories tall. One of the interesting points, though, is a lot of things that were brought up tonight surrounded parking. And the requirements for those 33 units is only to have 99 parking spaces. Yet, if you go to the max of 77 units, which is 11 higher than the 66 max in R4, you actually are required 170 parking spaces in R6. I would challenge anybody to figure out how you're going to get 77 units and 170 parking spaces onto that 1.2 hectares. What's there with 57 units basically uses almost every inch allowable, because remember, we have surface requirements where you are only allowed to cover a certain percentage of the lot. So to me, it's about what is possible. To me, it's about the concerns that have been raised. To me, it's about which zoning addresses those concerns. And so I'm going to walk through them quickly, and hopefully I've captured them all. And if I haven't, I encourage council to please speak up and let me know. So particularly in the big package that we got tonight, as well as the information I reviewed, we have increased congestion, we have decreased property values, we have traffic and parking, we have child safety, we have altering of the character, we have water, sewer, road network volume, capacity and handling, increased density, park and playground space, and then, sorry, there was one concern about a notification not sent, but we've kind of reviewed our communication and understand this was done through a standard, which is the sign and online. It doesn't actually have a mail out to it, if I recall correctly. Is that, I'm seeing nods. So this is where I start to go through the differences between the R4 and the R6. Ultimately, the first thing I look at is density. And when you go back all the way to the 2006 area structure plan, this lot was deemed medium density. The transition from R4 to R6 remains at medium density. It does not change the density, the increased density, which was listed in here. We have a very reasonable and very realistic potential of the same density, regardless as to whether it's R4 or whether it's R6. The units and suites combination can easily result in the exact same density. As I mentioned already, we had parking concerns. R6 results in more parking requirements on the property. Results in more parking on the property. So if there is a concern about potential parking issues, whether they're legal suites or not, whether they're built as 3-story or not, is irrelevant, because R6 built to maximum form requires, R4 built to maximum form requires less on-property, on-site parking. R6 requires more, and it's not just a little bit more, it's substantially more. When we look at the traffic, we had increased traffic and parking. There certainly will be an increase in traffic compared to what is there today, Because today, we do not have two developed R4 or R6 sites that are already zoned, and we do not have a developed R8 site. I'm curious what we will hear when somebody comes forward to develop the R8 site that is there, because that is a high-density site. That will have a significant impact on the traffic. But that is also why Genesis Drive was designed the way that it was, as the major collector road at 12 meters wide, and then the entrance off of Genesis Lakes Boulevard up to just past Genesis Drive is actually 18 meters wide. So again, allowing for that increased traffic from 779, allowing for increased sightlines, so on and so forth, and allowing for that larger intersection at Genesis Drive and Genesis Lakes Boulevard. Which, yes, as traffic increases, additional traffic control measures may be required. A full set of lights at Genesis Boulevard, West Era Drive, and 779 is likely an eventuality. A set of lights on 79th Avenue and Genesis Drive is potentially likely an inevitability. That happens as areas develop out and as we require it. We've already looked at and seen our infrastructure would remain unchanged. Our infrastructure is designed for the density that has been proposed and that we have seen. The parks and playgrounds, I think there's a miss as to where the park that is currently in Genesis was installed, even by the advertising on Genesis itself. But there is the West Era Park that is within a reasonable distance, and there is opportunity with municipal reserve land around Lake Genesis and around the other storm pods to increase the amount of park and playground space in the area as well. As for altering the character, it wasn't stated tonight, but this area still has architectural controls. This lot, when it is developed, no matter what, still has to abide by the architectural controls. It still has to meet the same character as the remainder of the development. Yes, it might be a different housing form, but that does not mean that, if the houses are required to be done with stucco, that this house is going to be done with vinyl siding. It must meet the architectural controls. It must have that component. The safety is something near and dear to my heart. I have children myself. Absolutely. Increased traffic creates increased safety challenges. But this is not increasing the traffic any more than was already planned. This meets the same traffic patterns, the same amount of traffic that was already planned. So the safety is unchanged. So I'm just double checking, make sure that I've got everything so far off of here. Oh, the decreased property values. This is one that we hear many times when it comes to zoning changes. And particularly we do hear it when there's a zoning change from one density to another, whether it's low to medium, medium to high, and so on and so forth. But we have had many presentations before that there actually isn't, that there is no evidence that exists out there to show that property values decrease based on changes. Now, I'm going to say anecdotally, yes, if you have a significant change, if you go from an R1 beautiful estate lot right across the road from you to a R8 massive high-density development right across the road from you, you're probably getting impacted. You are probably having a decrease in property value. But again, this zoning does not necessarily change the density. It does not necessarily change the build form and everything that's around it. And so I struggle to understand, and in all of these letters and every bit of information we received, there was no actual evidence or no supporting documentation or anything to show a decrease in property value. And while I understand that it's a concern because everybody is concerned about their investment and everybody wants to look out for their own investment and everybody wants to make sure that they retain the value they have, to me, it's more of a concern and a fear than an actuality and a reality. And again, in all of the time that I've sat up here, in all the time I've sat on the Subdivision Development Board, in all the time that I've sat on the Municipal Planning Commission, I have never seen a piece of evidence presented in front of me that has shown factually that the property values didn't decrease when development like this happens around. I believe this is highly emotional, and I believe there's a significant amount of concern because this is a lot that's being developed in the middle of an area that already has development. Even though it's a new area, I don't think it would matter what started getting built here. I don't think it would have mattered whether it came into Chambers or not. Based on the current zoning there, when that started to be developed, I believe people would have concerns. As I mentioned, the same about the R8 site. You know, again, Councillor Hansard brought up in regards to the parking size and the driveways and that. I mean, again, reality, does everybody use all 4 parking spaces? Probably not. But sometimes when they're forced to, they will. And there may be things that have to be changed once this development is built, if this development gets built, if this developer moves forward. But in reality, that is everywhere. You deal with that everywhere. Parking is a challenge. And I can tell you, I have driven through Genesis at times in certain areas where even along Genesis Lakes Boulevard, there has been a significant amount of street parking. And there are homes there that have very expansive driveways and very expansive garages. So I struggle to believe that a parking issue created here at this development is going to be any different than what's already existing in other areas, and that what would exist here if we did not make a change tonight. I don't believe the change that's being requested tonight changes any of the concerns, changes any of these. And again, they are things that need to be addressed moving forward, whether it's R4 or R6. So in summary, as I went through every single point that was brought up, every single concern that was brought up, and I have weighed out what is actually a material change to the zoning and what the positives and the negatives of the potential final development, not what's proposed, but the potential under R4 or R6, I am leaning towards the approval of this zoning change because I actually feel that based on all the concerns raised, the R6 addresses it better. It provides certainty. You're right. If we build 33 units in there, we don't necessarily know, if they're not designed with suites in them initially, how many of those units may or may not end up with suites. That's uncertainty. So at least with the R6, it provides certainty. We know what's there. We know the maximums. We have that. We know that that creates a significant amount more on-property parking, and parking and traffic and safety were the biggest concerns raised. And if R6 is going to put more parking on the property, that addresses that better than R4. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Lori. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Had an opportunity to ask a couple of my questions and provide a couple of thoughts, but for those of you that know me, when it comes to some of these larger issues, I tend to have a 1,000-word essay in my pocket because I think there's a lot to unpack here. And I want to start, obviously we had a full gallery to start the evening. We're getting very late, and so things are starting to dwindle. But to those of you that are here or watching, there's a couple of things that I would like you to know. As Councillor Meyer had mentioned, sometimes it feels like the scales are tilted when it comes into Chambers at this point. And I think there's a reason for that. And here's what I mean. Council establishes policies, land use bylaws, that we think best serve the needs of our communities. And those projects that don't fit those land use bylaws get screened out by administration before they get to us. And so by the time a project or a development or a proposal comes through, it's already sort of met the checks and balances that council has established and set into place. And so it's not that necessarily council has made up their mind, but it meets the criteria that this council or previous councils have established as guiding documents for our development community. With that being said, please know, as has been shared, I think, by a couple of my colleagues, that your voice matters. And the reason that I sit here today is because there was a time 3.5 years ago, sitting in my driveway, where I felt like my voice didn't, and that I reached out to members of council or the community looking to influence policy and procedure and some of the decisions that were being made, and felt like my voice wasn't heard either. And my neighbor looked at me and said, well, then why don't you run? I said, because I don't have it in me yet. Here we are, 3 years later. Your voice matters. Your voice absolutely matters. One of the struggles, I think, when it comes to these proposals is that there is some misinformation and misunderstandings, and I'm not going to get into some of those. I think my colleagues have spoke to some of them. One that I do want to speak to is, regardless of what happens with this property, the residents who will call the 700 and 800 blocks home have the right to use the road. I know there's a fear about residents spilling over the road, but just like you have the right to use the road in front of your properties, they will have the right to use that road as well. So whether that's 57 units in an R6 or 33 in some secondary suites in an R4, we don't know yet. But whatever that looks like, they do have the right, just like you and I would, to use that land to park. And that happens all over our community, and I don't think that parking bans and those sorts of things are going to be beneficial. They will pay taxes just like you and I do. With that being said, I've never heard someone say, I wish more people live closer to me. I've never heard someone say, I want us to pack more people into a smaller area. This council, this term, at the request of a developer, looked at moving forward in increments the idea of zero lot lines. And it wasn't an easy discussion. And it was a challenging debate for us on council, because there's this balance between what industry is asking for, what residents hope for, and the feedback that we know we're going to hear. And sometimes we learn that from our neighboring communities who have taken that step ahead of us and learned from the zero lot line that there were some challenges and people weren't begging for more of it. Once the excitement of maybe a little bit less of a mortgage payment wore off, the reality was you needed your neighbor's permission to go into their yard and, these sorts of things to access the side of your home. And it presented a lot of challenges. One of the things that I think I've spoken, and I apologize to my colleagues on council because, and administration, you probably heard me say this a couple of times now. But a wise man once told me, when you come to the hard decisions, as you undertake a role on council, stay true to your values. And so when we took a break this evening, I went back, I saved my website that I created for our election campaign, and I started to look for the things that maybe spoke to what we're talking about here this evening. And here's what I read. I understand that the influence of a community leader doesn't begin on election day, and the voices of the community, does not end on election day, and the voices of the community must continue to have an influence long after the ballot box is packed away. One of the most experiences we can have as any individual is to feel heard and to know that our voice matters. Further on, one of my comments was it's important that as we move forward, we provide opportunity for residents to engage in the decision-making process by actively seeking input and feedback, and you provided that to us tonight, but by hearing your concerns. There's often a discussion that's had at a governance level. Do we lead or do we mirror the community? And there's people that sit on different sides of that conversation, and my answer to that would be we need to do both. That we need to find a balance between leading our community forward into the future and what that looks like with good governance, but we also are representative of our community. And if it weren't for the election, we would be a resident at home with the same concerns and worries that you bring forward this evening. And I think that bears significant consideration from us this evening. As we move forward, we know the closest level of government to our residents is our local government, and there is a tremendous impact that's had on the daily lives of the residents that call Stony Plain home. For the decisions we make to reflect the needs and desires of our community, we have to ask for your participation, but we also need to be willing to hear it. What is permissible, what is allowed, is not always beneficial. I've struggled with this one. I've gone, I hear my colleagues and the wisdom of their experience on council and in development. The need for housing exists across Canada. If we go back to that housing needs assessment for our own community, the number one thing that's there is affordability. One of the challenges, we have a condo unit here in town. And one of the challenges that we're faced with is as insurance goes up and utilities go up and all of these things start to increase, the burden that puts on paying those bills continues to increase as well. And unfortunately, it's not affordable. I almost wish that we hadn't heard from the developer this evening in some of those questions, because I really struggle with the idea of a condo association that's going to add on to that fiscal burden when we're already in a high interest environment, an inflationary environment. When residents feel that their voices aren't heard, they become dissuaded from participation in local issues. And we fail then to reflect the desires of the community around us. If this stays R4 this evening, we're not building homes. There are homes that, that area of land will still at one point house homes and good homes for people that call our community home. But if it stays R4, maybe it's a few less. It's not an all or nothing. And I do think that whether it's 27 single detached 33 row houses or 57 longer row houses, that it does help build a diverse housing stock for our community. With that being said, unless the wisdom, to borrow from Councillor Hansard, of my colleagues on council convinces me otherwise, I'm not able to support this evening.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Hansard. Deputy Mayor, members of council, any other questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Definitely appreciate what the Deputy Mayor has said in his comments, and also Councillor Lawrie, I think you addressed all the questions that I had written down from the presenters. The thing that was not addressed by members is the dump site within Genesis. So if staff can follow up on that, because regardless if this is Genesis or any other development, we do have the community standards bylaw, and that needs to be followed up so that developers and other people are not taking vacant lots as dump sites. Okay. I'll go back to some of my thinking as I was reading through this. When it came for first reading and then now again to second and third reading, is what are we changing in terms of the request? We're changing from an R4 to an R6. Based on the land use bylaw, they almost mirror each other. The difference is that the R4s can only build 4 row housing units with secondary suites versus the R6, which is that you can build 6 row houses with no secondary suites. Okay. The heights are the same. The width for the internal row housing is the same. parking is slightly different. But I think wherever you go in Stony Plain, there is a parking issue because many people do not use their garages to park their cars. Talking about parking on the road, it already happens. Quite often I would drive into through Genesis Lake Boulevard, and there are already cars on the other side of the street. Are those from the houses across? I don't know, but there are cars that are parked across the street. In terms of the increase in density, it's still medium density, but the number of units, so the type of housing changes. There is a slight concern, but not enough for me to warrant a no. What is concerning to me is that when we asked the developer that the lot beside this lot is also on R6, and is there a conversation of having that bought together so we can see a better design in terms of lining up with the accesses across the street and everything? So the other owner is maybe interested, but I don't know. I think if that conversation came back with a complete design, I might be able to support it more than what I do right now. Because looking on page 232, where the tentative plan is, there is an access coming off Genesis Lake Drive, but then the secondary exit is into a private lot. So I don't know what's going to happen with that lot to the south of this one. If somebody can come back with a comprehensive design that shows what it would look like and how it would affect the previous lot, yeah, I think I can support this. But the fact that there's a lot of unknowns there in terms of how that is affected, the number of lots that currently can be in there in R4 versus an R6, it makes me scratch my head, because what if the other lot doesn't want to play ball? You'll have a road that dead ends into another property that can't go anywhere. But I think a lot of the things that we heard today in terms of parking issues, yes, we do address them. I think Councilor Hansard mentioned Graybriar. So Graybriar Drive had many residents park on both sides of the street. That was brought to the attention of council, administration reviewed it, and one side of Graybriar Drive is no longer parking to provide the access. There's other areas in the community that have done the same thing in Willow Park. But I don't see that issue here right now. When I drive through there in the evenings, there are cars parked on both sides, and you can easily pass two cars back and forth. In terms of affordability, and I think this is one of the points that kind of tipped me to probably not support this, is the accessibility for seniors and an elevator. I know the elevator will allow seniors to go up, but how do they get down in an emergency? What if there's something wrong with the elevator? So in terms of maybe developing a seniors complex, maybe it is better to have it remain at R4 versus R6. But I don't own the land, so I review what I think is R4 versus R6, and at this point in time, I'm inclined to support it as an R4 development. Members of Council, any other questions, comments, and debate? Councilor Lori? Nope. With that being said, I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? Opposed? Okay, that is defeated. With that being defeated, we don't need to go to third reading. Okay, so that will take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and deal with the rest of the agenda, please. Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We'll bring it back to our agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, members of council, it is getting late. We have 3 business items, 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. I'm suggesting that we make a motion to defer those to the November 12th meeting, and then we'll go straight into our closed session. Members of council, okay with that? Councilor Anderson for the motion, please. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make the motion that we defer business items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 to the November 12th regular council meeting.
Okay, call to question, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Council discussion, we had quite a bit of that. We don't need any tonight. We'll just move on to that. Move into closed session. Members of council, the ones that are here, council will move into closed session where we get advice from our officials. There's no motions made in closed session except for the motion to come out. And after the conversation and the advice from our officials, if there is a motion that needs to be made, it'll be made in public. Okay, Councilor Hanson for motion to go into closed session, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that town council move into closed session at 11 p.m. to sorry, is it 12 p.m.?
11:56.
I can't tell the time. 11:55 p.m. to discuss contract negotiation per FOIP, Section 25.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Closed session. that was made in closed session was made by Councilor Paleckko to come out of closed session after having a presentation to members of council from administration. And that passed, so now we have a resolution coming out of the conversation. Councilor Loynes, please.
Town Council approved the participation in the extended responsibility program through the opt-in service delivery model.
Okay, sounds good. Members of council, any debate? Call the question, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That is passed. Now we go to adjournment, so thank you very much, administration, for providing the package for us to deal with. Members of council, thank you for reading the package and bringing your best foot forward to debate it. And maybe just ask that we don't have 3 public hearings in one evening again, if that's possible.
So long. We just had to do it.
Thank you very much. With that, we're adjourned, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.